Good morning, everyone. I guess it's 9 and we like to be punctual, so I will get started. I think some more people are still joining, but first of all, welcome to the 2023 Summit on Mental Health and Climate Change, the second summit of its kind organized by the Mental Health and Climate Change Alliance. So first of all, thank you so much for joining this event and for your support. We're absolutely thrilled to welcome all speakers, presenters, members of the public, the team, everyone to this space, so that together we can explore this fascinating world of research, ideas, experiences, and projects that are focused on the mental health impacts of climate change. So this year's summit is a 2-day virtual event taking place today and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific time. It is hosted by the MHCCA, so the Mental Health and Climate Change Alliance. We're a Canadian nonprofit in a community of interdisciplinary researchers, healthcare providers, community organizers, and we're all committed to identifying and basically addressing the adverse impacts of the climate crisis on mental health. As mentioned, this is the second summit organized by the MHCCA. The first one took place in February 2021, so quite a while ago. And initially, we aimed to just raise awareness and facilitate community engagement on this topic of climate change and mental health, and discuss pathways as to how these two influence each other. And since then, there has been a truly significant and growing interest in these topics. So we decided to organize the event today to catalyze this really important collective action and to just share inspiring knowledge and ideas. So to introduce myself, my name is Andrea. I'm a co-founder and associate director of the MHCCA and a PhD student at the School of Population and Public Health at the University of British Columbia. And I will be co-chairing this event with Dr. Kiffer Card, who is the executive director and co-founder of the MHCCA and assistant professor at Simon Fraser University, Faculty of Health Sciences. And Kiffer and I will be getting much needed support from Gottfried, who's our lovely research program manager. And we will all do our best to support and guide you through this virtual event. So I'll start with a bit of housekeeping first, just to provide a brief overview of what today's schedule will entail. We will begin with a traditional land acknowledgement, and we'll get to that in a second. As you can see on your screen, we just added some information regarding virtual logistics. So we will have a 30-minute wellness break between 11:45 a.m. and 12:15 p.m. And we'll have a virtual poster session as well. The schedule for today and for tomorrow, they're both posted on the MHCCA website on the Summit platform. And you can access that by clicking on the link on the screen. And we will be using 2 online platforms today. So we will be using the Zoom webinar meeting to view presentations and attend Q&A sessions for the presentations by using the chat feature. We just ask kindly that you try to ensure that you remain muted just so that we don't disturb speakers or the proceedings. As for the virtual poster session, the Q&A session will be conducted by Slido, which is another platform. So all you need to do is click on slido.com rather than Zoom, and then use the code MHCCA 2023, and you will be taken to the Summit Q&A page. So it kind of looks a bit like this. You can even scan the QR code if that's easier. I'm just going to leave it there for a second. And then once you're on the Slido event page, you can choose which poster you would like to ask questions about. All the posters are uploaded on the Summit page. So if you go to the same link that I mentioned before, the mhcca.ca Summit, you will see the virtual poster session on there. And we have very exciting, very, very inspiring presentations, posters, and speakers. So we're very excited. Also, please note that the conference is recorded and will be shared publicly. So just so you're aware of that for consent. And the way this will go is I will be introducing each of our wonderful panelists and speakers who will then share their presentations with us. And each presentation will be followed by a Q&A session. And yeah, feel free to ask about anything you're interested in or would like to clarify, and just please don't shy away from sharing your ideas and help guide these discussions. That's what this event is all about. So myself, with support from the summit organizing team, will be moderating the discussions, and we'll try our best to support everyone. So thank you for listening. I really appreciate everyone's attention, and I appreciate you attending this event. We, as mentioned before, we will begin with an Indigenous ceremonial opening by the wonderful Elder Valerie Nicholson, who has been with the MHCCA since the very beginning, since we started this whole thing. And I will pass it on to to Elder Valerie for further introductions and land acknowledgement. Is that okay, Val?
Yes.
Here you go. Here you
Thank
are.
you. Well, Andrea, I will share my screen.
Okay.
I just have to get that. There we go. Thank you, Willalan. Kwe, hello. Oktala Jiha, welcome. I invite you to put your feet on the floor and take a deep breath in and feel the energy of our Mother Earth. Ninda Luisi Valerie. My name is Valerie. The name given to me 4 days after my birth is the one the eagles watch over. I was gifted the name Nodi Wenda, which means wolf eyes, from a Dene family, and I've been gifted the name Auntie from the Torres Strait Islanders. I am Mi'kmaq, Haida, Roma, and UK Islander descent. I am a mother and a grandmother. I acknowledge and honor all the ancestral traditional lands and waters across our great land from coast to coast, and all the lands around Mother Earth, for this is where we work, play, live, and especially learn from. I honor those that walk these lands since the beginning of time. They were the protectors of the lands and waters, holders of knowledges, and keepers of the medicines. May we protect Mother Earth and the waters as they did. I honor elders past, present, and emerging. I acknowledge the unceded, which means stolen, ancestral traditional lands and waters of the Coast Salish, for this is where I connect my mind, body, heart, and spirit, and where I am speaking from today. I honor the Tsleil-Waututh, the Squamish, and the Musqueam, for their lands are all around me. I would like to take a moment to remember all those that have gone on before us, and that their voices will be forever heard, and to honor all that they have taught us. I open with words of my grandfather with his Mi'kmaq teachings that new knowledge is old knowledge to new people. And as teachers, we are learners, and as learners, we are teachers. And in his teachings, I will acknowledge the 7 directions. East, the direction of the sunrise and new beginnings. Each new sunrise brings us new light and new opportunities to grow in wisdoms. I ask the grandmothers and grandfathers of the East to always place light in our words and in our hearts and on our paths. The East gives us the gift of awareness, and I give thanks. South, the direction of summer warmth and abundance. I ask the grandmothers and grandfathers of the South to bring us the warm winds of compassion, whose fragrance speaks of distant springs and summer days. To melt the ice that can gather around our hearts dissolve our fears, melt our hatreds, and kindle our love into flames of true and living realities. South gives us the gift of understanding, and I give thanks. West, the direction of the setting sun and of our autumn season. I ask the grandmothers and grandfathers of the West to remind us that the end of our days is no more sad than the end to a single day, and the end is often better than the beginning. West is the direction of our elders, and we honor our elders as the keeper of wisdoms and teachers of patience. West is also the direction of our ancestors, and we proudly acknowledge those who've gone on before us and ask for their guidance so we can live our lives as we should. West has given us the gift of knowledge, and I give thanks. North, the direction of winter that covers the earth with a sparkling crystal carpet, whose deep tranquility, every sound is beautiful. I ask the grandmothers and grandfathers of the North to temper us with strength to withstand the biting blizzards, yet make us thankful for the beauty that follows and lies deep over the warm earth in its wake. North gives us the gift of wisdom, and I give thanks. Up, the direction of our great chief, our creator, to our ancestors, to Grandmother Moon, who watches us over at night, Father Sky, holder of the rain and the rainbows, and Grandfather Sun, who warms us. As we look upon the day's infinite blue sky or admire the countless stars of the night, we're reminded that the Great Spirit is vast, beautiful, and majestic, beyond all our knowing or tellings. We're also reminded that the Great Spirit is no further from us than tilting upward of our heads and the raising of our eyes. I offer our thanks for all things of creation and for being a part of it. I offer thanks for the visions and dreams that help us remember who we are and why we are here. And I ask that all people be given this wonderful gift. The direction of up gives us the gift of visions, and I give thanks. The direction of down, we now look downward upon this great land of ours and Mother Earth and her lifeblood water, our sources of life. I give thanks to our Mother Earth for all that we have, our food, water, air, shelter, and so many beautiful beings who are our brothers and our sisters. I promise to always walk softly upon her face, for underneath our feet are the roots of the trees, the flowers, and the grasses. This is our rooted family. And there can be no greater aspiration than to strive for a deep respect and connection with all our relations, and always remain aware that we're all interconnected in this web of life. The direction of down gives us the gift of connections, and I give thanks. The seventh direction is the direction of within, and acknowledge and honor our own spirits. Sometimes we don't consider ourselves to be of value or to be important, but we all are. We are an essential part of life. We are life in action, loving, moving, and growing. In our center is the home of our heart. May we always return to this place so that we may know the meaning of our own journey. From here, the center of our being, we can reach out to all directions and to all our relations. And we must always remember to be humble, for we are not the center of creation. Within has given us the gift of home, and I give thanks. I ask you to put your feet on the floor again and take a deep breath in and open your hearts, minds, bodies, and spirits to hear the words and teachings that will be shared with us today and tomorrow. And we will do that with respect, which is represented by our buffalo, with the eagle, which is love, honesty, the Sasquatch, the turtle, which represents truth, with humility of the wolf, wisdom of the beaver, and the courage of the bear, for it takes courage to make change. Nasamat, this is a Musqueam word, for we are all one. Aho, Welelen, all my relations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Val. That was beautiful, and we're so grateful. Thank you. Sorry, I just needed to take a moment there. That was really, that was really touching. So without further ado, let's get started. Welcome to everyone else who has joined in the last few minutes since we started. We're very happy and excited to have you here. So our first item this morning is a panel discussion. I'm just going to share my screen again, just so that everybody can see the detail that I shared earlier. So our first item this morning is a panel discussion that is titled Nothing About Us Without Us: How Climate Emotions Impact Young Climate Justice Organizers, Perspectives from Youth Researchers Across So-Called Canada. This hour-long panel discussion will be co-led by Abhay Singh Sakchal, Sabrina Guzman-Skotniski, Sarah Law, and Lillian Baraclough. And it is my pleasure to introduce each of these speakers, starting with Abhay. So Abhay is a national scholar at the University of Toronto and the founder and executive director of Break the Divide Foundation, which is an international nonprofit organization that connects youth worldwide to break down divisions between communities. And his presentation explores how youth climate activists in Canada face a complex set of challenges in navigating climate emotions. Interviews with 32 youth climate activists in Canada uncovered themes related to perceptions around activism, climate emotions related to activism and climate information, and supports needed to promote well-being. And with his co-panelists, he will discuss these three major themes with a particular focus on the complex burnout and intense feeling of hypocrisy and guilt that young people experience. Sabrina is a climate justice advocate, researcher, and consultant, and her current research focuses on how art and storytelling can help young people cope with climate anxiety and ecological grief. And her session explores why it is important to have youth leading research on the specific impacts of climate change on youth mental well-being. This is done by highlighting recent studies on politically active youth and climate emotions from coast to coast. Sarah Law is an MA student in the Department of Sociology at Simon Fraser University, specializing in political economy. She is a climate justice organizer and researcher who works at the intersection of eco-grief, emotion and effect, moral economies, capitalist culture, and neoliberalism. Her thesis presents eco-grief through theories of effect as an embodied social practice that mourns environmental losses, hopes for the future, and deeply held beliefs about our sociopolitical realities. And Lillian holds a Master of Environmental Studies from Dalhousie University and is a longtime youth climate justice advocate. She will speak to the experiences of politically active youth with climate grief by identifying vocabularies that describe climate grief, rituals used to process it, motivations for political action, and how grief and activism influence each other. And she will also share interview results and art created by participants in reflection on their climate grief. Thank you all. We are so grateful to have you here today. And we are looking forward to the panel discussion and presentation. Thank you. I'll pass it on to you and stop sharing my screen now.
Hello, I think we're just going to get started with Sarah. I'll pass it on to you.
Thanks. Yeah, I was having some trouble unmuting myself, but I think I'm good now. Can we all hear me? Wonderful. Thank you for having us. I'm just going to click present. If Sabrina or Lily could give me a thumbs up when you can see my screen and we're ready to go. Okay, wonderful. So hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Sarah Law. I'm so delighted to be presenting alongside Lily, Abe, and Sabrina in our session, Nothing About Us Without Us, a slogan borrowed from radical disability politics and radical disability justice movements. I'm presenting to you today from the territories of the Kwantlen, Qayqayt, Tsleil-Waututh, and Stolo nations. My presence here contributes to the active and ongoing dispossession of Indigenous nations from their territories through settler colonialism. I'm grateful and privileged to call what is colonially known as Burnaby my home, but these lands will never belong to me and have never belonged to me. I encourage all us non-Indigenous people to know the territories, peoples, and stories of the lands that we occupy, and you can do so at the first link, nativeland.ca. In the words of Eve Tuck and Wayne Yang, decolonization is not a metaphor, and climate justice requires the returning of land and the end of the settler colonial state. You can learn more at the link Native Land and Land Back, which is a global movement that deserves all of our attention. The other three links up on the screen are opportunities to engage in mutual aid by either paying your rent to the nations that you occupy or other opportunities to divest your funds. As I mentioned, my name is Sarah Law. I use she, her pronouns. And as Andrea mentioned, I'm a master's student at SFU in the Department of Sociology, specializing in political economy. I work and I live and I research and organize with the ethics of climate justice, intersectional feminism, and abolition. I'm currently working on my MA thesis on the moral politics of money and emotional life of cryptocurrency, but today I will be presenting my undergraduate honors thesis that I defended in the spring of 2022, titled Resistance and Resilience in the Era of Ecological Grief. So as I'm sure that we all know, since we're here at a Mental Health and Climate Change Alliance conference, eco-grief is currently understood as the psychological response to the experienced and anticipated losses due to climate change, which means that the majority of the literature that exists is from an eco-psychology and mental health impact climate change lens. And so as a sociology student, naturally, I come to this at a different angle. And instead, I offer an understanding of eco-grief through theories of affect as a sociopolitically and culturally informed response to the climate crisis. This means that I frame eco-grief as more than an individual phenomenon and look to the sociality of emotion as a cycle of grief that is active, that moves, and pulls us towards each other. We'll briefly go over my research process and my methods, where I conducted interviews with climate justice activists in the so-called Vancouver area. I have my research questions up here on the screen, two of which are directly related to the topic of ecological grief, and a third supplementary question, which is a very big question, but it ties in one of my methodological frameworks that I will get into the next slide. So somebody who is both an organizer and a researcher like myself, my position in the work of climate emotions research is grounded in militant values and theories. This means that I write for my communities with accessibility in mind. So a lot of footnotes, as well as bridging in praxis, meaning that I have reflective prompts and exercises at the end of my thesis, which incorporate these kinds of methods and theories in accessible and engaging ways. I've also later mobilized all of my findings and data and methods into a workshop that I facilitate in youth organizations. So my guiding framework of militant research acknowledges my positionality as both an organizer and a researcher, which serves as a benefit in this study, which allows me to contribute to developing precise social movement data. This position also enhances the rigor of my research, as it allows me to ask questions and use methods that I would not know if I were not grounded in community engagement research, namely the radical imagination. The radical imagination is a tool that appears in both social movement organizing strategy and radical environmental literature that allows us to identify areas in society that require change through the process of imagining better futures. This works in tandem with a desire-based framework, which guides my supplementary question, the big question: what does a just climate future look like? After reading Eve Tuck's piece, Suspending Damage, A Letter to Communities, she outlines how social research has created a legacy of colonial harm, specifically in Indigenous nations. My approach to knowledge production and ethics drastically shifted after reading this piece. She outlines that harm not only occurs during the research process itself, but occurs afterwards in how the knowledge is used to reinforce responsibility of healing colonial trauma on individuals themselves. A lot of the climate change research that I read in my thesis literature reviews focused on damage and harm. And the climate crisis disproportionately impacts Indigenous nations and communities due to ongoing settler colonialism and extractive capitalism. A desire-based framework allows me to analyze these structural problems while having hope for social change. This is the main finding of my study, which I've named the 6 stages of ecological grief. These stages consist of fear and urgency, denial and overwhelm, frustration and bargaining, despair and depression, anger and rage, and acceptance and mourning. Each stage of ecological grief is framed here into a cycle of practice, meaning it's an embodied response that moves with you as you witness and anticipate climate-related losses. It also allows us to understand emotion as more than an individual and prescriptive phenomenon, but something that frames emotion as something active, something that does and informs and shapes how we understand the climate crisis as a systemic problem that requires mourning ideas of the future and deeply held beliefs about our social realities. My study views grief not as a journey to completion, but a practice of mourning and acceptance that is complex and continuous. So naturally, I think we all can get the sense that I work from a climate justice and anti-oppressive lens. So instead, I want to draw a focus to my use of theories of affect and the ways that I borrow them from feminist articulations of affect, mostly borrowed from Sarah Ahmed, but also Kathleen Stewart, Lauren Berlant, and Margot Lynn. Theories of affect looks towards the sociality of emotion as a feminist praxis. And this relates to my work because the climate crisis is a symptom of systems of white supremacy, namely capitalism, patriarchy, settler colonialism, and global imperialism. Affect is a way of theorizing and thinking with emotion in a way that frames the human emotion reactions of a systemic problem like grief, anxiety, and anger as a structural and political problem in and of itself, and not ones of an individual's responsibility to heal. So it's through these theories of affect that eco-grief is expanded away from mourning only environmental losses. It is inclusive of mourning the idea that our social realities and systems are fair, equal, and just, which can evoke feelings of despair and depression and anger and rage. All of which inform how we feel not only about the climate crisis itself, but also how we feel about policy and governments and corporations, all of which have in hand in sustaining this climate crisis. Eco-grief is not only about mourning climate-related losses. It's also about mourning beliefs in a caring liberal state and accepting that our current systems cannot solve the climate crisis. Each stage of ecological grief helps link how we feel about the various systems that have created and sustained the climate crisis, that allows us to view the climate crisis as a systemic problem that requires radical social changes. These are some additional findings from my study that I won't get into detail for now. Maybe we can get to them later in a discussion, but they're titled Resistance, Resilience. I identified a relationship between grief and labor, as well as a different variation of climate denialism. Thank you. I would really like to give a thanks to my supervisor and my mentor and my guiders, Dr. Cal Wilmot and Dr. Amanda Watson, both of which who I'm greatly indebted to. And thank you all for listening and for having me.
Great. Good afternoon for me, everyone. As was mentioned in the introduction, my name is Lily Barraclough, and I'm a recent graduate from Dalhousie University with a Master of Environmental Studies, and I'll be sharing findings coming out of my master's thesis, which is looking at the experiences of politically active youth in Mi'kma'ki with climate grief. I'll also be presenting on it tomorrow, so I'm going to touch on some slightly different pieces in my presentation today and tomorrow. Today primarily focused on the vocabularies and rituals youth use to describe and define and process climate grief. And I want to start off by acknowledging that I'm calling in today from the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq people here in Kjipuktuk, Mi'kma'ki. And I want to first of all note that, building off of Sarah's presentation, that the climate crisis shares the same roots as many of our other crises of injustice rooting from colonialism. And in the context of looking at political activism around climate change, it's important to also acknowledge that the Mi'kmaq here in Mi'kma'ki have resisted the beginning of colonialism, and that many of the worst impacts of the climate crisis and environmental violence are felt by those Indigenous communities, and that a lot of the resistance across the country, but particularly here in Mi'kma'ki, has been led by Indigenous leaders fighting developments on their land. So with that, I also want to acknowledge that in the context of looking at how politically active youth here in Mi'kma'ki are experiencing climate grief, it's also important to note that there are many other crises that are impacting the mental health and well-being of youth, including poverty, insecure unemployment, houselessness, rapidly rising tuition, and lack of access to affordable food. And I also want to start by mentioning that I started in this research, like my fellow panelists, as someone who'd been involved in youth organizing for many years. I started at the age of 5, although none of these photos here on my screen are from when I was that young, but I've been involved in organizing as a candidate running for political office, working within government and with government, participating in direct action and organizing many events. And so I approach this from a lens of having experienced a lot of my own climate grief, as well as my own burnout from being involved in a lot of work, as well as knowledge of the discussions happening within the youth organizing space and my peers' experiences of climate grief as well. My research purpose was to engage politically active youth in Mi'kma'ki in reflection on climate grief, identify connections between political activism and climate grief, and to take an arts-based approach that really meaningfully considers the intersectional components of the intersectional effects of the society and people's lived experiences on their lived experience of climate grief. And to do this, I interviewed over 20 youth ages 12 through 29 who identified as being involved in some sort of political action way with climate change or related social issues, and had an interest in participating in this research. And all participants took part in the interviews, and in addition to that, I worked with a poet here in Kjipuktuk to develop and facilitate a climate grief poetry workshop, which guided participants through writing poetry to reflect on their experiences of climate grief through prompts, and followed that with a focus group. And then I also had some participants submit individual pieces of art in which they reflected on their experiences with climate grief and then shared what that meant to them. So I want to start off by delving into the different ways that participants described and defined climate grief. There was a real discrepancy or contrast between the main themes of these vocabularies. The first being a main focus on apocalyptic and bleak imagery that brought up a lot of sadness, anger, frustration, speaking to many of the stages of ecological grief that Sarah brought up in her presentation. hopelessness, being overwhelmed, feeling that they were too much for others in their lives, but also that the state of the world is too much for them to handle, and a massive fear of the future. But on the flip side of that, many spoke that they had a lot of hope and a desire for a future that was just, that was rooted in community, where we have been able to have massive systemic change that brought about equality, equity, strong community, being listened to as young people, radical love and kindness, and really strong connection with the land. And some of the ways that participants described short-term methods to rituals that help them process their climate grief in the moment, as well as long-term desires to build a world in which a climate just world that alleviates that grief, for things like tangible activities that really hands-on and help them become connected with community and the planet, as well as really building strong relationships with others and fostering a culture of community care, and participating in direct actions, or using art as a tool to reflect and work through their emotions around climate. I wanted to share poetry that participants wrote that really illustrates these types of vocabulary. The first being that apocalyptic and bleak imagery. Climate grief feels like barbed wire wrapped around my heart, always there, always hurting. Looks like half of the world on fire and half of it is underwater. Smells like the rotten flesh of the fish washed ashore because of warming ocean. And sounds like the screams of people demanding change against a system that does not want to hear them and does not want to change. And as well, this poem speaks to that real desire for justice and community. I feel that injustice has gone on for too long. The land we live on, the air we breathe, the water that sustains us, polluted. I feel tired of anger, but I feel I must continue to fight. The fight for our future, the fight to heal our earth. I know I am not alone. Around this fight, a community has grown. For that, I feel hope. I'll just let that settle for a moment, because I really do think the words of participants themselves, especially in the form of poetry, really speak to their experience more than I ever could. So some of the main tangible activities that participants described in helping them work through their climate grief, especially in the moment, were really standing up and standing with communities in solidarity who are experiencing the worst impacts of the climate crisis or environmental violence, participating in hands-on activities like planting trees or cleaning up litter, living sustainably in their personal lives, whether it be shopping zero waste, growing their own food, connecting with nature, whether that be through going for hikes or gardening or going camping, using art, as I mentioned earlier, and really strongly connecting to the place that they live, and learning about the history of the land and the colonialism on the land, as well as having the chance to foster a deep love of the lands that they live on. And the poetry workshop served as a tool within my research to not only have a chance for participants to reflect on their experiences, but also to create a collective community experience to really, for participants to connect with each other. And many spoke to the fact that this was one of the only opportunities they'd had thus far to have these deep conversations with other youth experiencing similar things and to hear other people's experiences. And one participant shared in the focus group that hearing everyone else's experiences was very helpful, because otherwise I feel like it would be very isolating to dive into these feelings. But having everyone else's thoughts out there as well made it so that it was a more comforting way to wade through the grief. I want to end off by speaking to the main themes that came out of my research and looking at the ties between experiences of political activism, well-being, and visions of the future. And the first being that for many youth, their dedication to fighting for climate justice meant that they felt they missed out on many individual milestones of growing up in their lives, that they felt very isolated from their peers and their family often as well, and that they faced a lot of cognitive dissonance and guilt around the decisions that they had to make about whether that's school or travel, or taking part in activities. As well, when asked about the future without speaking directly to reproductive decisions, almost every participant brought up that they had some sort of conflict around whether they could see themselves having children in the future because of the planet, the state of the planet. And one participant who already had a son shared, I don't know if my son wants to have children, but I kind of hope he doesn't because I don't know what's left for them. So that makes me sad and angry that it got this far. And just to end, I want to share this proverb from a participant from Japan that speaks to as well the findings of Sarah's research, really looking at the need for systemic change and transformative change to solve climate grief. It's a Chinese proverb, but we also use it in Japanese. It kind of means when you drink water, think of where the source is. Well, thank you, and I look forward to the rest of the panel as well.
Great, I'm unmuted and everyone can hear me, I hope. Wonderful. Thanks so much, Lily, and thanks, Sarah, for getting us started. We're really excited to be here as a group, and as Sarah and Lily talked about, centering youth at this sort of work is not only important for the sake of the voices that are heard and the representation, but in terms of the knowledge produced. And that's something that we really want to touch on throughout our presentations today. My name is Ave. I'm from Surrey, BC. I'm a student at the University of Toronto. I also have a role in running a nonprofit called Break the Divide, and it is currently February 2023, which is kind of wild. My presentation today is about some research that I did about the impacts of climate change on the mental health of youth climate activists in Canada. This research, however, is not yet published, and so I will be speaking in some generalities. I tried to use today's presentation as a means of motivating myself and getting myself to finish writing the last sections, and everyone in academia can probably understand that. But it's great to be here. And I guess I'll start with a question about land. I come from Surrey, BC, the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Coast Salish First Peoples. And in thinking of Surrey and British Columbia and Canada and the land that we are on, I think it's so important in spaces like this to connect issues of land to the issues of climate change and mental health. It is colonialism that did extract knowledge, but not even extract, erase systems of knowledge that can actually help us address the climate crisis from Indigenous lands. And it's about reconnecting and allowing space to decolonize, not only for Indigenous knowledge systems, but for all knowledge systems when it comes to issues of climate change and mental health. Just something to keep in mind and think about in your own work in terms of the land you're coming from and local knowledge. Here's me. I'm a bit younger here. I mean, I'm just as happy, less facial hair, still pretty handsome. And in this is when I was 14 years old. So in 2016, I had an opportunity to travel to the Canadian Arctic. I'm sharing this story because the story of climate change and mental health is personal to me. Growing up in BC and understanding that climate change is here, learning about it in my education system was really important for me. And when I had this opportunity to travel to Arctic Canada, I saw the impacts of climate change firsthand from my Inuit friends. They talked about rising sea levels, they talked about impacts on their communities. And I came back home thinking a lot about the connections between climate change and mental health, my own emotions of feeling overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation, but also the emotions of my peers. And so what I knew before going into my research that I started in my university degree, I knew about the idea of solastalgia, place, space, sort of homesickness. I knew that climate grief was a thing that people, especially those that are connected to the land, have an immense sense of loss related to climate change. And eco-anxiety, the anxiety that Sarah, Lily, and Sabrina are talking about, and all of these emotions in collection contribute to this greater phenomena of sort of climate change and mental health that we're here at this conference talking about. And so to get right into it, my research at sort of a high level, I did interview around 30 climate activists from across Canada. And these were sort of self-identified climate activists. And through snowball sampling, what really happened was we talked to different community members and we engaged with sort of organizations that work across the country at a grassroots level, but also at a higher level. And we had activists who identified as people that were on the streets, people that felt like they were activists because they were in boardrooms making change, a whole range of youth aged 14 to 30. And we made sure that we had geographic, gender, racial balance from across the country, again, trying to reflect what Canada actually looks like. And so you can see here we had 2 youth from the North, 7 from the Maritimes, 13 from Ontario and Quebec, and 8 from sort of Western provinces. And in doing this research, one of the main things that I was thinking about was youth activists are a particularly unique set of individuals because we already understand in this field that those who study climate change intensely, like climate scientists, do experience a different mental health burden when it comes to climate change. We've known this for a while. However, that specific research on young people, in particular in Canada, was not there yet. And so in doing this research, some of the questions that I asked a lot of these young people were about their experiences with climate activism, how they consider the world, the word, their community experiences of climate change, the emotional feelings and support strategies that they currently use and would like to use. And in doing these interviews and asking these questions, again, at a sort of broad scale, the results were very interesting. In terms of thoughts on activism, some people preferred the term activist, and most youth, almost all interviewed, said that they want more people to consider themselves activists because, again, this fight against climate change is based on community and us coming together, identifying with action that can take place. A big major theme was also the idea of burnout, that burnout is not only mental and emotional, but it's physical when you're constantly working in opposition to governments or organizations that don't listen to you, not only because you're taking climate action, but the additional burden of being a young person. And Indigenous, Black, and other racialized youth that I talked about this additional burden of feeling not welcome in spaces where they already weren't welcome as young people. The other idea that really came up was that climate emotions are complicated. It's more than just anxiety and grief. And we can build frameworks on how they're all connected. And that there's a lot of power to that. The sort of guilt and hypocrisy that Lily mentioned, like that's something that came up in the interviews. And I guess I'll plug the paper that I'm going to release in the future as something that I'll definitely send out to the mental health MHCCA. Lastly, the big thing that came up was the idea that solutions are multifaceted. Young people need a variety of supports. And the idea that action is the antidote to anxiety as something that a lot of people have posed, especially to young people, is in part true, but it doesn't capture the full picture. People need a systemic shift in terms of the ways that policy is created and our systems work in order to feel empowered in the first place, to take action. And so it's a bit of a cycle where action helps create motivation, but you need that sort of community experience to create action. And again, the idea that activism is systemic, that climate grief, anxiety, the stress from burnout, political inaction and feeling systems around you sort of crumbling, it leads to these more intense feelings of guilt, hypocrisy, depression, sometimes suicidal ideation came up in a lot of these young people. And so what does this mean for us? I like to end on a bit of a positive note, not to say that it's all good, but that active hope in that sense that, again, Sarah talked about. We can start with identifying what exactly young people need and the specific resources that are often community-based. And in thinking about the future, I'm really excited to see the way that the climate mental health space adapts and innovates. I think an event like this is a really great way for us to come together and talk about what sorts of innovations we can bring in our respective disciplines. I think it's so critical, though, that when we think of climate change and mental health, we don't over-pathologize. We don't only look at the individual. We look at the systems and structures around us that climate change is related to and address the mental health concerns at that greater level. And so thank you, everyone, for listening. I'm really grateful to, first of all, my supervisors, Dr. Ashley Consolo and Shirley Harper, who I've had the great privilege of working with. I know the process has been so amazing for me in terms of learning. And thank you to everyone here today. Thank you to my fellow co-panelists. I'm really excited to get this discussion going.
Awesome, thank you. And the last panelist, and then we're going to transition to a bit of a conversation amongst us. And then after that, we will open up to questions. But if you got an urgent question that you don't want to forget, definitely put it in the Q&A chat. And if you can, just make sure that you write who it's addressing. If it's not addressing all of us, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Awesome. Great. Can folks see my screen? Awesome. So I'm Sabrina Guzman-Skotnitsky. I am a climate justice advocate, researcher, and artist. I am currently a master's student at the University of Victoria, which is on the unceded ancestral territories of the Lekwungen-speaking peoples, namely the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations, as well as has traditional relationships that are ongoing and historical with the Pisanich peoples. And I am a newfound settler on these lands specifically. I come from unceded Coast Salish territory, and so I feel a lot of gratitude, and I am currently in the ongoing process of learning my rights and responsibilities to these lands and to these peoples. Unlike my other panelists who are sharing research that has either already been published or is soon to be published, I'm going to be sharing a bit more from a proposal side of what I intend to do for my master's research. But I'm also excited in the sense to then be able to hear people's feedback, and perhaps that can also inform how it goes forward. It's currently titled Coping with Climate Crisis: How Arts-Based Approaches Can Help Youth with Climate Anxiety and to Generate Active Hope. I'm really excited about this research because, similar to some of the other panelists, I come from a climate organizing background. And I think for me, especially when I left high school, like during high school, I was very involved in theater and various different types of creative activities. But I felt like I had to choose between tackling a climate crisis and following my artistic passions. And so it's only really in more recent years, I would say over the last 3 years, that I realized that these things don't actually have to be separate and they can come together. And it also can be very impactful for other young people. So why art and storytelling? So there's 2 areas that I'm going to be kind of talking about art and storytelling approaches. One area is in addressing mental health, and one area is actually in research itself. And so these are talking about benefits that are actually touching on both. So one of the, there's like multiple different reasons that they can be very effective. And I think when it's used in groups of peers, that's when we especially see these benefits. So it has been shown to increase multivocality, enable more horizontal relationships, support in centralizing and amplifying marginalized or devalued knowledges, such as oral traditions, for example, foster respect and critical awareness, both between participants, but also the research team and participants, increase participants' sense of self-efficacy, confidence, hopefulness, belongingness, and transformative agency, and create avenues for envisioning alternative futures and working towards social change. This last one I find especially exciting, and I've had my own experience. This painting on the left, or whatever side that is something that I created for a project called Restoring Climate Just Futures, which was a collaboration of a research group in Mi'kma'ki and artists, and it was all around what could a climate just future look like in Mi'kma'ki in the year of 2030. So my research questions, at least as it stands, are how can arts-based approaches, specifically visual art and storytelling, help young people cope with climate anxiety and related climate emotions? As we've spoken, there is quite a breadth of terminology to speak about climate emotions, but I'm kind of using this as a pretty open frame and allowing youth to come in with their own definitions rather than imposing a specific one on them. And my second question is, in what ways can arts-based approaches help youth generate active hope? So this title comes from Macy and Johnston. They have a book that's called Active Hope. And it's really, I think, helpful in thinking about the differences between, for example, blind hope, where you are just optimistic and you don't necessarily are taking everything into account, because we really don't want to be blind to the real intersecting crises that we've spoken about so far, the real systems of oppression, right? But we also don't want to be mired in cynicism and inaction. And so it's really figuring out a way to balance those things and in an embodied way. So my study will, as I mentioned, engage art and mental health and support services. So this kind of looks at things like art therapy and eco-art therapy, but also the arts and methods and methodology. So that's stuff like arts-based inquiry, participatory arts, and visual ethnography. I'm also taking a youth participatory action research approach, And so that is one that really sees youth as collaborators, co-theorists, really involved in every aspect of the research process. And I think one of the reasons that's so important is because we've largely seen, at least so far, studies on youth and climate emotions largely be about youth rather than with them. Or if they are involved, it's not necessarily on the same level as the official research team. And also I wanted to make sure that action was a key component, and like the knowledge mobilization and everything is informed by youth so that it is the most effective it can be and the most meaningful it can be. So currently my study design will invite 10 to 15 youth aged 18 to 25 who self-identify as struggling with climate emotions to participate in a 3-session art making process, which I've outlined here. The idea is to have enough time so that youth can feel a sense of community building and support from their fellow participants, and also feel comfortable experimenting with art, because some of us have been cut off from that, maybe did it as a child, but it's been a long time, and help us get over a bit of the feelings of like, oh, I don't know how to do this. And so the first art making session will focus on kind of the negative climate emotions, whereas the second one will be more on what might a climate resilient and socially just future look like. And that's just not just look like in the physical sense, but feel like. It could be more abstract. It doesn't necessarily have to be exactly what we think it would look like. It could represent our values and emotions that we have about the future. And then the storytelling component for me, apart from the group discussions, will be the artist statements that participants will submit, and really allow them to have control over their own personal narrative. And then following the YPAR methodology, they will then decide if and when and how they might exhibit that artwork and share it publicly. And so as far as I know, this is the first study to directly engage youth in BC in producing visual art to process not only climate anxiety, but also hope and visions for a better future. Visioning through arts-based approaches is especially effective in supporting what Galafazzi et al. Calls infused action, making the future present in order to create the necessary emotional and intentional predisposition for acting towards a new direction. Research such as this is essential to enable youth to develop active hope and the emotional resilience necessary to withstand worsening climate impacts while continuing to work towards a better future. All right, thank you so much. I am going to quickly stop sharing, and then I'm going to be introducing a few questions for our panelists. So one of the main messages we are hoping to convey from this panel is the importance of youth being the ones to lead research on young people and climate emotions. So I think I'm going to be asking everyone this question, but I'll start with Abe. How does your positionality and lived experience as a youth, but also your other intersecting identities, influence the goals and the way that you conduct your research?
Great. Okay. That was like a 5-time unmute situation. That's exciting. I think that's an excellent question. Thanks, Sabrina. Like, I think as researchers, especially in spaces that we're working with mental health, I think my biggest thing that really got to me, and one of the questions in the chat was about the way that research has played a part of our journeys. I think for me, understanding the research ethics process as an undergrad student, I mean, at a very sort of, I guess, academic level, it made me think about things like, how was I interacting with participants? What are safety mechanisms for my participants, especially when talking about deeper themes? So I think every aspect of my identity has impacted my research because I've been very intentional about it. And that researcher reflexivity when doing interviews has been huge. I think about being a British Columbian and having that strong connection with nature growing up, and now being in Ontario, that's a part of my identity. Being a racialized person in these spaces, I've experienced racism in climate spaces explicitly. And so thinking of how that plays a role when I'm interacting with other racialized participants, making sure that I'm very intentional about not doing things that would harm people. Understanding that I'm a man in these spaces, and that plays a role in how I interact with different participants. Like each aspect of my identity impacts things, I guess, at a sort of very technocratic level. But I think the other area that I'm also very excited to learn more and more about as I continue with my journey is the sort of knowledge systems of the various identities that I have in the communities that I'm connected to. I think of myself as a practicing Sikh. Like I think of Sikh philosophy and the wisdom that that has to offer in terms of climate change and mental health. And that's something that I'm currently starting to study. And that's super exciting for me. So I think with all of us, we all have different roles, positionalities. Like if you're a manager at a community group, if you go to your local community center, like those are roles that you have. And I think we can use those identities because the academic and sort of activist connection in climate justice work, it needs to be there. And without it, we're not going to get to where we want to be.
I think we're having trouble with the unmute function. I don't know if there's a way to like allow us to like not be muted automatically. I'm not sure, but anyways, I'll ask Lily the same question next.
Yes, thank you. I was indeed having trouble unmuting there. So yes, thank you so much for the question. I think that for myself, approaching this research, part of the reason I was drawn to it was because I knew that it was important for it to be done in a peer-to-peer fashion. I think so much that climate grief is a very challenging and complex experience, or whatever, climate anxiety, whatever term gravitate the most towards. It's very personal. At the same time, it's systemic. But a lot of it connects to our own identities as well as our experience growing up and our experience being young people trying to make our decisions about how to live our lives moving forward. And so I think being a young person doing this research, interacting with other young people, it makes it easier to empathize and really validate participants' experiences. For many of the participants I interviewed, they said that it was one of the first times that they'd had the chance to say those feelings out loud and to feel that they were heard. And they said often they found if they shared those feelings with adults in their lives, with teachers or parents, that they were shut down or told that, you know, the world has always been bad, and that there, you know, it wasn't anything new. And so I think that's really important for it to be a validating experience for youth to participate in research, because it can be a really challenging process to be a participant in a study. There can be harm to participants, but at the same time, it can serve as a tool to validate people's experiences and provide some level of comfort. I mean, within my research, particularly in using the poetry workshop, not only as a tool to generate data and a way to share participants' experiences in their own words, but also as an opportunity to bring participants together and to really have the chance to connect with each other, to hear others' experiences, and to be validated in their experiences. And I think part of the reason that poetry was something I gravitated towards is because, having been in youth activist spaces, and had been at a few conferences that were youth led, where there were poetry workshops, particularly focused on activism and climate, and that poetry is a tool that's used in activist spaces, whether it's in writing or whether it's being performed out loud. And so although in my research, there was not a component of performance of the poetry because participants felt that was outside of their capacity or desire, there is that capacity. And so I think poetry inherently connects to that youth activist experience. there's lots that I could go on, and I didn't even touch really on my own positionality beyond being a youth, but I want to make sure we hear from the other panelists. So I'll pass it along.
Yeah, thanks, Lily. Yeah, I mean, I just echoing so much of what folks said. And I guess one thing I'll elaborate on a little bit more that I think came up a bit in Sarah's presentation is just around the role of being like a militant researcher or creating movement relevant research or being an activist researcher. There's many different titles. Scholars in Solidarity is also another title. But I think about that a lot as someone who has a lot of privilege within the climate justice movement, not just to go to university, but, you know, being white, being like upper middle class, like a lot of different privileges that I hold, and thinking about strategic ways to mobilize those privileges to help other folks and to help movement goals. And so that's a lot of the ways that I think about when I'm trying to decide like what I'm doing with the research in whatever area of research I'm looking at. It's always, you know, like my past research has looked at like toxicity within movements, green jobs, like just different ways to like, what are things that could help the movement and especially young people move forward. And another thing I wanted to reflect a little bit on, which again, I think it came up kind of in our different presentations, which is just the idea that some people have been talking about like climate anxiety as like a white phenomenon, or not necessarily a white phenomenon, but like the layers of that many communities have had to deal with existential threats since colonialism, you know, slavery, like many different things. And so this is not necessarily something new, and it's new in the sense that, oh, white people or people of privilege are now experiencing this existential threat that they had not experienced yet. And so I just want to unpack that a little bit, because some of the terms that we're using might not be, for example, what Indigenous communities use to refer to their relationships. And I really appreciate, for example, Ashley Consolo's definition when she talks about how ecological grief is also like loss of cultural knowledge tied to land. And I think with Valerie's opening, it just made me think about that and wanting to center that. And I'll ask Sarah, I know you touched a little bit about this, but if there's anything else you wanted to add.
Sure. I mean, I think I did spend quite a bit of time talking about methods, and I think I've made my position quite clear that I care a lot about knowledge production and the ethics of doing so, not just in the research process itself, like interviewing people, but also what happens to that knowledge afterwards, learning from the brilliant scholars Pam Palmater, Diane Millian, and Eve Tuck. I will say that being somebody who has been organizing for over 7 years and like coming to these spaces as somebody who didn't grow up with academics, I'm a first-gen academic baby, as we like to say. And so it can be quite alienating to be in spaces like this and to come from a sociological background talking about the environment. A lot of the time, I feel like people look at me and they're like, why are you here? Because I don't know anything about greenhouse gases. I care about greenhouse gases, but that's not my realm of science that I'm drawn to. And I think that's something that I've learned through these processes is definitely building off of the Building Movement Social Change Ecosystem framework. If anybody has not looked into that, please do so. It is absolutely beautiful. And it can help you identify what you are good at and what you have to offer in social movement building. Being an organizer or an activist or an advocate, however you want to call it, it's not just one role to play. And I've continuously been learning that lesson as I move through this kind of research and continue my studies in sociology, because this is my home. This is my home discipline, and I love it here. And I think that because we're all coming from different positionalities and different disciplines, we're all able to contribute different ways of producing knowledge in ways that matter to us as an offering and not a weakness. Being a youth organizer grounded in movement building is rigorous, contrary to positivist academic knowledge production. We have knowledge to share, and I'm so excited that we were able to today.
Thank you. And I don't know, Sarah, if you can link what you were referring to. I think there was a comment in the chat, something about that. Yeah, so the next question that I had is, what are you most excited for and or worried about in this field? And so I'll put that back to Sarah if you want to expand a bit on that.
Sure. I'm just going to link that Building Movement project here. They also do wonderful worksheets as well to help you move through it. I took a lot of inspiration from their work in developing my own reflection prompts at the end of my thesis. And so all props to their work. It's absolutely beautiful. But things that I'm excited for and worried about, I think the first thing I'd like to address is the things that I worry about. Doing this work, naturally, we have a lot of worries. And I've been thinking a lot with Mark Fisher's capitalist realism and in his extremely jarring but relevant opening that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. And this is why I have included the radical imagination as a tool in my thesis and my organizing work, because it speaks to how capitalism, patriarchy, and colonialism have limited our abilities to even imagine a world beyond its structures. This is in part a large problem of the capitalist consequences which have resulted in the climate crisis. These things are not separate. And so in thinking about Mark Fisher and what he had to offer and has to offer, is that within these three capitalist reals that he's identified, the environment, mental health, and bureaucracy, these are three structures of capitalism in which there are opportunities to create real structural, systemic, and radical changes. And in order to do so, these three things must be deeply politicized, and not in a liberal democratic way where it's on a voting ballot, in ways that we repoliticize these things as structurally political and structurally social, which is why I borrow theories of affect, which allow us to view emotion and its connections to mental health as something that's deeply, deeply political. And so I worry a lot about the pathologization of climate emotions as individual anxieties that we need to go to therapy for. We do need therapy. I'm not advocating for therapy. I would love more therapy. I think everybody should go. But I think that it would be so much more beautiful and empowering if we were able to prescribe therapy and mutual aid, reparations, land back, redistributing wealth, divestment from fossil fuels, and free housing for everybody. It would be so much more structural and systemic to address the ways that capitalism and patriarchy and colonialism have created the climate crisis and address all of those things together, because it is possible. And for the things that I'm hopeful for, always building relationships, always imagining and dreaming better futures, because again, they are possible.
Thank you so much. Lily, would you like to answer that question? Also, if you want, you could answer a question from the Q&A function. I know we're kind of running low on time.
Yeah, I'll speak a little bit to this question, and then I'll maybe respond to one of the ones that's in the Q&A. I'll say Sarah did a very thorough job in sharing many of the concerns that I also share. I would say one thing that I'm excited for, although I don't know if I like using that term, but is that I started my master's in 2020. I started doing this research. And when I first started, there were maybe a few resources out there, a few other studies to draw on. But now, 2 years later, there's many. The discussions on climate grief, climate anxiety, ecological grief are popping up in the academic realm, as well as in the activist realm, as well as with educators and parents. And so I think I'm really pleased to see that it's becoming more widely discussed and thought about. Although I think that also brings me to one of my concerns, is that these terms might become just buzzwords that are shared or referred to without much depth. As Sarah was mentioning, it's all connected to the system that we live in. And although there are things that individuals can do that can help in the moment and facing climate grief, it's not an individualized problem. And I think that the more that these terms are become, buzzwords, there's a chance they can become commodified, and the depth is lost. And so I think that's one of my concerns, but I think it connects to also the excitement, because it is great that there's a lot more discussion. It is great that it's more in the public eye. And Yeah, I want to touch on the question in the Q&A about interviewing activists and if there are any themes related to lack of climate education or failing to learn about climate change in school. And I think there are two sides to that came out of my research. I'll speak to this more tomorrow when I present on my research again in more depth. But I used primarily learning theories in my research, transformative learning theory and social movement learning theory, which looked specifically at how participants became politically active, what sort of introductions they had to climate change that shifted their worldview to be one of, just learning about climate change and actually taking action and doing something about it. And so many shared both sides of the story, having learned about climate change really early on in school and having those initial wake up moments about the state of the planet at sometimes ages 5 or 7, very young, and learning, for instance, one participant sharing that her favorite animal was a polar bear, and they were asked to do a research project on an endangered species. And when she learned that polar bears were going extinct and were endangered, and that it was connected to global warming, that it was very crushing. But then on the other side, there were many students who spoke to participants who spoke to the fact that they were not taught about the urgency of climate change or environmental issues. And so when they did become aware in their teens or early adulthood about the severity of the crisis, that it was very crushing because they were not under the impression that we were in this state of global emergency. And so I think there's kind of two sides to that. There's really early climate anxiety and grief because of learning about it in school, and then there's also the climate grief and anxiety because of learning that their conception of the world that they were taught in school is not true. So I think there's a lot more to go to that, but I'll stop there. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, Lily. I have another question for Abe, and also, again, feel free if you want to answer one of the questions in the chat as well. So I was kind of curious, we've talked a bit about, how challenging it can be to sustain not just the research, but also the climate justice organizing in the face of these systems and all of these mental health impacts, including burnout. I'm curious, for you, what helps you cultivate hopefulness and the motivation to keep going?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I think often about how we all sustain ourselves in this work and the role that the people around us, but also education plays. In interacting with the education system through my research, a lot of young people talked about how they weren't exactly sure what the message to take away from their climate education was. And if there was good climate education, which when I talk to youth in BC and the Maritimes and the North often, so most places except Ontario, they had pretty good climate education. But they said that almost 90% of it was problem focused. And so when I talk to teachers about this as well, a lot of teachers identified that they don't actually know exactly how to have conversations about this that incites hope. So a few of us have been sharing resources in the chat. Thank you to the audience members that are. I know that the Climate Mental Health Network, the Mental Health Climate Change Association has some resources, as well as a BC-based organization called Be the Changer at the Lines. These are just some quick mentions. But when we think of how we sustain ourselves, I think the media and the education that we surround ourselves with is important. I have made a bit of an intentional effort now to disengage with some of the sort of debates on Twitter and Instagram and platforms like that I used to, that I wanted to engage with at a sort of academic level, but I found that they were impacting me personally when I continue to engage with, again, conspiracy theorists and climate deniers that often stepped into territories of racism and anti-indigeneity and anti-Blackness. I saw that all connected, and it was really frustrating because it's I want to engage with the other side. That's sort of always been my thinking. And I think that sort of boundary in terms of professional and personal when it comes to this work has been so important for me, because I will be walking down the street and see a lot of traffic in Toronto and then think, oh my God, why didn't we just have a better subway system or better transit. Like I think about that, but then I'm like, okay, I'm walking to class. And I think the sorts of internal regulation techniques that we can use that I've been learning a lot about are really important when we're in this work. And I know that, again, as you build into academia, you need to separate parts of your life from one another. But I think if you have underlying themes that can bring you together, and again, I'm just learning this as I'm entering sort of the real world, I'm learning about what it means to be doing nonprofit work and speaking and research all at the same time, and to bring it all together and to still give myself the space to play hockey, to play piano, to talk to friends, to do things that I love doing, and see if there are ways to bring that all together. So it's a sort of contradictory answer, actually. I think to take care of myself and prevent burnout, I am both integrating climate and mental health into all aspects of my life while sort of separating it. And I think that sort of contradictory nature of it makes it beautiful and makes it complicated. And I think that's the exciting part about it.
Yeah, for sure. It's the beauty of paradox. I'm also laughing because I know we're both Libras, and so balance is like a big thing for both of us. I echo a lot of what you were sharing, and I guess another thing that comes up for me is like, I think a lot of the despair and feelings of betrayal that youth have is around government inaction on climate. And so for me, like the less that I put my faith in government, the more I have hope. Like I have hope in young people, I have hope in grassroots movements, in frontline communities, water and land protectors. And the more I focus on what might seem small scale or like hyper local solutions, the more I feel that sense of hope, because I can see the incremental work that's being done. But I also feel the relief of realizing I don't have to do every single thing because there's good people doing what they're very passionate about, what they're very knowledgeable and skilled at. And like, I think kind of like what Sarah said, like, I don't know about GHG emission reduction. I don't know the science of that. But like, I have my art that I can bring. I have like my political science background I can bring. And again, I think emphasizing again what Sarah said, that there's like a role for everyone. And that's why I love to do like more of these outreach and like workshops and stuff with young people specifically, because they think that they might be getting something from speaking with me, but I'm getting way more from hearing about them and supporting them in whatever little way I can. I just wanted to open up if there's any other questions from the audience. Also, if any of the other panelists wanted to touch on Gina's question in the chat, or if there's anything else you feel like you wanted to add.
Yeah, I can jump in on one quick thing too. I'm just thinking when it comes to climate education, the other thing that is so interesting in the Canadian context is the sort of issue of provincial and federal jurisdiction. I'm currently a member of the Environment and Climate Change Canada Youth Council. And one thing that we've been talking about in engagements with government, and also more so behind the scenes, is the issue that certain provinces, because education is provincial, certain provinces don't want the level of climate education that maybe the federal government wants to incentivize. And while there are tools to do so, it's incredibly difficult. And I think, again, this comes back to the question of some of those systemic issues in terms of the ways that our governments function, and getting around those through nonprofit work, through funding for nonprofits. Like that is something that can exist within our current system. And so I often feel hopeless when I think about the government structure sometimes, but then I see people within government and I see people like here today in academia. And I think, again, it is that balance of seeing what you think of as an individual and what you see as a society and how it all comes together. I think when we're thinking of climate change and mental health, I think when we're reaching out to people, we need to start with the emotional component. Like, how do people feel about their lives in the world right now? And climate change might play a role in that, but maybe it's not the biggest role. And I think we should welcome and accept all of that and recognize that the sort of existential crises that people are having right now. I mean, Britt Ray talks about climate change and mental health as a sort of spiritual crisis. I think that sort of framework of understanding our values and how we engage with work is so important. I see another question in the chat too, thinking about trauma-informed facilitation. I'll leave this to some of the other panelists to answer as well, but I think having the multiplicity of people from different backgrounds working on this issue is so important, that if you are from a sociology background or a justice background or a global health background, which is my major, that you can bring in people with these sorts of clinical trauma-informed practices too, while bringing in people from sort of the spiritual sector, religious communities, or like organizing communities. And I think when we come together, we are able to create the sorts of futures and interventions that we want to see. I think to answer the question about the future of the space, it is very exciting. There are certain things that we need to keep in mind, though, as we move forward.
If I could quickly just jump in, that I'm going to paste a link into the chat about trauma-informed facilitation and engagement. This work is from Dr. Karine Duhamel. Just incredible work. And I encourage the person and everybody who's interested in trauma-informed engagement facilitation to check that work out, as well as the work as the SFU Center for Dialogue, because they do this practice all the time. Do we have time if I want to speak to a little bit about what it means to do world building? And kind of speak to, okay.
I think we have about 4 minutes.
Okay, I will try and do 2 if that's possible and okay. Because I kind of want to speak to Abe and Sabrina and like these paradoxes of separating certain aspects of your life, because I understand and I empathize and I've also been there. But as I continue to move towards embodiment and theories of affect and reading post-structuralism, I realize just how much these aspects of my life cannot be separated. And often it is more ethical to act in ways where we embrace and value the fact that all of these aspects of our lives enhance the rigor of all of our work, and that learning exists in every single sphere of our lives, whether it be academic, nonprofit, relationships, hockey, piano, etc. And I think that when we talk about world building and the radical systems change that is required to tackle the climate crisis, it can be extremely overwhelming. And I don't want to diminish that by just saying we need to have hope or we need to imagine better futures, et cetera, et cetera. I've referenced Mark Fisher's work and the 3 capitalist reals that he mentioned, bureaucracy, mental health, and the environment. And something that I think that we can work in with his work and reading with Black and Indigenous thought is the importance of relationship building. A lot of the climate justice movement can borrow from abolitionist work and what it means to work towards a future that we want to see, work towards better futures by practicing the worlds that we want to be in now. And a lot of that has to do with being in good relationship with each other, with land, with every single thing that we do. And a lot of that means radical love and radical care, a lot of the things that have been devalued because of patriarchy and racism and capitalism. Care work and love are not unvaluable. They're things that have been deemed lesser than. It's for a reason. It's because that holds the power to set us free. That is something to think about, I think. So reading the works of Gina Dent, Bell Hooks, Octavia Butler, Adrienne Maree Brown, I think I'll leave that at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I think that's the perfect way to end today. I think we're sharing some contact information in the chat. And I also will remind folks that Lily has a full presentation tomorrow. And I don't know, Abe, do you have a poster session? I can't remember. Okay, no, but we're all around in the summit. So yeah, we look forward to continuing this conversation offline and other spaces. Thank you so much to the organizers and everyone here.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much to our incredibly inspiring panelists for sharing so much valuable knowledge and insight. Just going to quickly share my screen. And just before we move on, I just wanted to echo what one of our participants mentioned in a comment earlier, and I quote, "We are very moved, touched, and inspired by each of you and the important work you are doing in this world. And thank you for all the resources that you shared. And, personally, I would love to learn from you and be inspired by you all day." And we have to remember we have a lot more inspiring presentations and talks to explore today. And just to ensure that we stay on track, we will now be moving on to the next agenda item, which is the virtual poster session. So for the next 30 minutes, we will all have the opportunity to explore various poster presentations, which can all be accessed on the Summit webpage. So going back to the detail that I shared earlier. So this is the link where you can go to access the posters. And I think I can even show you here. Oops. Oh, maybe not. And with the poster sessions, we would be grateful if you could please use the Slido platform. So you can just go to slido.com and use the code MHCCA 2023. So when you do that, you could also use the QR code here. I can also share the link in the chat. 1 second. So that everybody, if it's easier. Oh, it's not working. Never mind. Let us know if you have any issues joining Slido, but basically once you go onto the platform and use the code, you should see something like this. So it's just supposed to make it easier to interact with the poster presenters. We have some amazing presentations, extremely creative and just so inspiring and insightful. So once you're in Slido, you can go up here, and when you click this button on the upper left corner, you will see a list of rooms basically that correspond to each poster that has been uploaded to our website. And so you can click on whatever poster you would like to share ideas on or ask questions. And then you can type your question. I'm just going to do a test here. You can write your name if you would like to. You don't have to, and then you can send it, and it would appear onto the screen, and you can communicate with other participants, or you can just direct your questions to the presenter. So yeah, let us know if this all makes sense. It's supposed to be quite interactive, and yeah, we hope you really enjoy the poster session. But before we move on and we each start exploring the posters, I just wanted to introduce the posters and the presenters briefly. So we have a series. First on our list, there are no particular order or importance or anything, but one of our speakers is Blair Nelson. She's the executive director of Water Spirit, a US-based nonprofit center for spiritual ecology, which is sponsored by the Sister of St. Joseph of Peace. And in 2022, Water Spirit launched a climate pastoral care course, which is an online course to train Christian caregivers in providing climate-aware support. And Blair received her Master of Arts in Religion from Yale Divinity School and her BA with honors in environmental studies from Brown University. And her poster is called Faith, Communities, and Climate Emotions. We also have a poster titled Reconnection to Nature, the Key to Increasing Health, Sustainable Behavior, and Reducing Climate Change, which is presented by Rita Trombin, who's an environmental psychologist at the University of Verona, Italy. Her work is centered around promoting the human bond with nature, so biophilia, which is key to sustainable behavior. And the presentation is centered around ideas like, or questions like, daily nature intake is essential for healthy, happy, and thriving communities, but how many people are aware of this? And the presentation it will basically showcase Rita's work and her teams on the occasion of a public event in Milan, where citizens received a personalized nature prescription to be able to maximize nature benefits. We have two posters submitted by Elisa Sykes-Smith, who is an interprofessional multidisciplinary artist working across public art, sculpture, installation, performance, socially engaged project, education, and health research. And her Subsidium Structurae poster showcases how qualitative data can be translated into a socially engaged community project, an impactful public artwork. And each stage in the creation, education program, exhibition, and deconstruction of the artwork is designed to play an active role in fostering communication, community, and social recovery. And her second presentation is called Canopy of Thoughts, which is an arts-based health research project grounded in scientific, theoretical, and artistic research. And it's working from the following problem question: how to define and measure experiences of dissociation through the metaphorical relationship of protagonist and narrative, utilizing concept mapping techniques and sensory aspects to understand the role of embodiment in climate psychology. Incredibly fascinating art installations and presentations. Another one of our posters is titled, Can Prior Flood Exposure Mitigate Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Risk Among Minoritized Communities After Hurricane Harvey, presented by Pranav Jayaraman, who hopes to engage in the health sector to help build climate resilience in communities. He has an MPH and has served on the University of Texas at Austin's Nature RX committee to advocate for increased green space accessibility and create interactive maps and signage that contain ecotherapy, meditation, and mindfulness exercises. And he now explores mental health outcomes and disaster preparedness in the wake of Hurricane Harvey in marginalized communities in Houston. Moving on to the next poster titled Socioeconomic Status, Climate Change, and Mental Health, or an Interdisciplinary Perspective, presented by Paritosh Joshi, who's a Master of Arts student in clinical psychology at Teachers College, Columbia University. He's passionate about studying mental health disparities from an interdisciplinary perspective. And in this presentation, he discusses the impact of socioeconomic disparities on climate change and mental health. The next poster is titled Managing Climate Anxiety and Distress in Primary Care, a Review of the Literature, presented by Sandra Smiley, who is a medical student at University of British Columbia, Faculty of Medicine. And her poster presents a synthesis of the evidence on approaches to climate change-related anxiety in primary care settings. And as a summary, scholarly databases were searched and gray literature reviewed for papers on screening tools and interventions aimed to address climate anxiety in medical settings. And the results were reviewed and analyzed, and their relevance to primary care practice were discussed. And this poster also presents recommendations for best practice in primary care settings. Up next, we have a poster presentation titled Vivid Imagery, Emotions, Values to Change Belief and Amplify Motivation, which is a case study using functional imagery training, coaching, and climate coaching, presented by John Rhodes, who is a psychologist at Plymouth University in the UK. The presentation discusses functional imagery training and coaching, which enables citizens to address apathy, confront fears, overcome denial, and work with disavowal. This presentation is also co-presented with Jamie Blakely Glover, who is an executive coach at the Climate Coaching Alliance, and Andy Miller, who is a climate coach, EFD coach, and climate resilient business specialist. Andy works at the intersection of the social, environmental, and economic, developing solutions to live lighter, more prosperously and meaningfully with with nature and the environment. And Alan Taylor. So we have 4 co-leads on this poster. And Alan is a leadership coach at 3P Impact in Australia, and he helps sustainability conscious leaders gain traction and engagement. And last but not least, we have a poster presentation titled Holding the Hope, the Role of Talking Therapies in the Face of Climate Change, Emergent Thinking from the Sci Professionals, presented by Linda Aspey, who's a UK-based coach, editor, and psychotherapeutic counselor with the British Association for Counseling and Psychotherapy. And Catherine Jackson, who's an editor at PCCS Books in the UK, as well as Diane Parker, who's an editor, creative coach, group facilitator, dance artist, and dance movement psychotherapist, and Andy Miller. And this poster will discuss how psych professionals can revive and keep alive the hope that keeps people trying to make change happen against seemingly implacable resistance. So the co-leads will share insights from psych professionals across the fields of therapy, psychology, and coaching about their disruptive role in confronting the emerging mental health crisis, as well as discuss how their new anthology is focused on hope. So hopefully that made sense. I know that was a long introduction, but I just wanted to touch on the very exciting and fascinating and creative topics for our poster presentations. So I will stop talking now, and we will come back at 11 for the next presentation. So hope you enjoy the poster session, and let us know if you have any questions or we can help with anything.
Andrea.
Hello. Hi,
Hi.
Joe, and welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the virtual poster session, and thank you so much for participating. We're aware that 30 minutes may not be enough time to go through all the really fascinating materials, that all the presentations and the posters. But just a reminder that we have another poster session tomorrow morning. And so you'll be able to continue exploring or go back to it, or, restart conversations at that time. So, yeah, I just wanted to provide that reminder, and being mindful of time, I will move on to the next presentation, and just wanted to give a warm welcome and to Joe. It is my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. So his presentation is titled Heat Stress and Mental Health in Lisbon, Portugal. And our presenter is Joe Vasconcelos, who's a professor at the Polytechnic Institute of Leiria, Institute of Geography and Spatial Planning at the University of Lisbon. He's the coordinator of the INHALE project, which aims to identify the summer thermal conditions inside the homes of residents aged 65 plus, and to identify the individual determinants of heat exposure, as well as the barriers to thermal adaptation. So I will pass it over to you, Joe, and thank you so much for joining us. We're very excited to listen to your presentation and have you here. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and then you can start sharing yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Andrea. Good afternoon. I'm in the middle of, actually in Portugal, it's already 7 p.m. So we're about to end the day for now. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So
yeah.
I will try to be brief. I have this problem in speaking more than I should, and I would like to be really concise in what I'm going to present. So our work, it's not my work, I'm part of a team. We've been focusing on several topics, and one of them is mental health and heat stress. So I'll explain it a little bit further. Just like to explain also, where do I come from? Where am I grounded? So I'm a geographer. Obviously, I came from the academia. I love the talk that we had earlier. I would like to step in and maybe share some thoughts about the side that I have as a teacher and teaching about climate, but we'll leave that for another opportunity. So we actually a research group in the University of Lisbon, and we've been dedicating since the late 80s to study the Lisbon urban climate. And we've been doing this several projects, and we have been incorporating climate change into urban planning in Lisbon. This is something that we've been doing through what is called the climatopes, or the morphoclimatic maps. I don't have time to explain those, but they are beautiful methodology applied in most countries in the world. And we are in Lisbon mainly concerned about the wind patterns and the thermal load in urban areas. So just starting to build a narrative here about our applied perspective on climate. In our research group, we also have been involved in the elaboration of several climate change adaptation plans in Lisbon, and the projections in Portugal, the projections for the plan that we worked on for Lisbon, it's quite clear that the projection of heat waves are evident, and they are more frequent, more intense. They can reach additional 23 days per year by the end of the century in Lisbon. Not only the heat waves, but also the heat stress, not only the extreme day of heat, but the accumulated heat stress. We have been witnessing or projecting and watching actually an aggravation of heat stress during the summer conditions. And for this reason, and for several others, the adaptation to heat event has been considered as a priority for the health strategy in the climate change adaptation plans. So there's something going on about heat, health, and that's the narrative that brings us here. Furthermore, we all know about the 2003 heat wave in Europe. It was widely studied, and some authors say that 70,000 people died in excess during that heat period. And in Portugal, some authors identified that there was roughly 2,000 heat-related deaths occurring during a few days. What was so interesting about this 2003 heat wave is that several researchers in France analyzed, epidemiologists mostly, they analyzed those that suffered the most with the heat. And it just began to be defined that there was probably a social determinant element of heat exposure in France. So the elderly, we all know that the social excluded, those with poor network connections were most affected during that heat wave. So in Lisbon, many years later, a young researcher did a follow-up study on heat and the elderly and through a phone follow-up, and she identified attitudes and values that were related to the heat impact in the Portuguese population. And what it was so interesting is that she identified a higher heat-related than a cold-related vulnerability among the Lisbon elderly. So having all that in mind, we started to build what we called an exploratory project we called INHALE. So we were taking, we were probably worried about the outdoor temperature during summer conditions in Lisbon, but also the connection between the indoor temperature, what's the relationship between both, the housing conditions, the location in the city. But again, what about the material deprivation and the factors that were or either hindering or enabling the cooling behavior of the residents? But then again, the quality of life, the sleeping disorder, and the mental health status. So all of that together allowed us to apply for some funding, and we created the project INHALE. I invite you all to be part of it and to explore if you would like. So we want, actually it's an ongoing project. So we wanted to identify those determinants, individual determinants for heat exposure in Lisbon. So the output will be a policy brief, a communication plan, a training program. But I would like to discuss the problems that we found on our preliminary results. So to conduct our study, we analyzed a small neighborhood in the north of Lisbon, in a parish in the north of Lisbon, and we selected this neighborhood because the housing conditions are quite identical. So these building blocks, they have the same age, the same building material, the same location in the city. So they are quite, it's a nice laboratory to analyze. So we installed some data loggers in the street and also inside people's house, and we've conducted a follow-up study during 9 weeks. So it's an exploratory project. So we studied 20 dwellings with residents, age between 40 and 80. We applied our study to the ethical committee. Obviously, it was approved. Every participant has a signed, informed consent that they provide us. And we studied many things, but I'm focusing on these dimensions that we surveyed. So we analyzed the quality of life, enjoyment, and satisfaction questionnaire. We applied the mental health inventory, the health perception questionnaire, the sleep quality through the Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index, and the Epworth Sleepiness Scale. So we've conducted a bunch of questions, let me be quite honest. And what was so interesting is that during the period that we studied, we identified 2 heat waves, not big heat waves, but 2 periods during the summer that we had thermal load, a higher thermal load. So we have on the left, in red, the air temperature measured in Lisbon. And on the right, we calculated the excess heat factor. It comes from the literature, from the Australian NAIRM researcher, and it just measures the heat load of a given place. So during our weeks, we can see that the week number 3, 4, and 8, we created health indicators for each week, heat indicators, sorry, for each week, and we can identify that these heat load periods appeared on our study. So we've crossed it with the mental health inventory. And our first results, they seemed promising. They seemed promising because we could see that somehow the weeks that we mentioned seem to have a higher score of mental health inventory, but then we applied a quantitative approach. And we applied a correlation, a basic correlation between those heat indicators and the variables of the mental health inventory, and we can't find an association. Well, we can find association, but it's not significant, statistically speaking, so we don't have any proven association between both. I'll discuss that later with you. So we asked so many things, then we asked about the sleep quality and the difficulties that the residents found in the daily routines, and then things started to pop up. So we could see a strong or a significant effect of the overall classification of the sleep quality, but also in the difficulty on working on the computer and sleeping and listening to music and cooking. So those elements are associated with those hot days that we mentioned earlier. So just as a preliminary result, we couldn't see any heat stress associated with mental health in our study. And it was quite surprising for us. We wonder is it a sample size problem? Is this the proper instrument, the mental health inventory? Is it the time period? Should we redesign our study? So we are kind of discussing this at the moment. We also found that the hot events, when the maximum temperature is above 30 degrees, they show a significant association. We also saw signs of the degradation of the sleeping quality during the strong heat event. And also we found that people mentioned greater difficulties in cooking, listening to music, and working with during hot days. So just to conclude and to provoke a debate, maybe, there are 3 things that we would like to discuss with you. The first one is we need to focus on the climate change and the human health. And I would say mental health specifically, but in the human health, but we should take care on the type of approach that we are doing. Are we conducting only community level associations and forgetting about individual levels? So we are kind of interested in those individual-centered approaches. We obviously need to better understand the impact of heat on human health, especially on mental health. So we are conducting now in-depth interviews to those 20 residents and changing from the quantitative to a qualitative approach. And we obviously need wider and transdisciplinary studies. So this is an invitation for collaborations for our study. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for such an interesting topic and presentation. Just being mindful of time, there are questions, but we might not have time for a lot, so maybe just one. Question from Kiffer: it looks like distribution stretches out for some of the hot days, meaning maybe only some people are reacting to the heat. Could this be promising, trying to identify some of the factors that might drive vulnerability of mental health to heat stress?
Well, thank you so much, and absolutely. So we don't actually have time to develop the conclusions here, but we do have people that use AC, for instance. And we do have people that have, although it's the same buildings, some have shaded areas. So probably we are looking to a quite generic approach, and we need to look to those specific conditions that provide heat exposure. So absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you. And, we, all the other participants are more than welcome to continue this conversation or ask questions about the presentation in the chat, or maybe you would like to reach out to Chao if you'd like to share your contact details. Hopefully, thank you so much for your talk.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. And congratulations for this event.
Thank you. Okay. We will move on to our next really exciting presentation, and it is my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. His presentation is titled Climate Change Emotions and Future Planning Among Canadian Adolescents, Exploring Connection to Existential Anxiety, presented by Matt Treble, who's a graduate student at Athabasca University, who's completing his Master's of Counseling degree. He currently works as a youth mental health counselor at 2 nonprofit organizations in Victoria, BC. And his presentation will explore youth mental health in the context of climate change, while also exploring potential overlaps with existential anxiety. So thank you so much, Matt, and I will pass it on to you.
Awesome. Thank you for that lovely introduction. So my name is Matt Treble. I use he and him pronouns, and I'm here to talk about climate change emotions and future planning among Canadian adolescents, and exploring some potential connections to existential anxiety here. So this is a thesis topic I'm doing as part of my master's degree with Athabasca University. And like Andrea mentioned, I do work as a youth mental health counselor, and I've noticed this topic come up. Just to give you a bit of background on why I'm interested in this. Working with young people, my clientele is generally from 14 to 19. I've noticed over the past few years, a lot more and more in these conversations, it was coming up that folks are really struggling about how to conceptualize their future and how to plan what careers they want to do, what type of family planning they want to do in the context of uncertainty. And a lot of times climate change was cited as a source of concern. So they would talk to me about just this idea of not really knowing if it's even worth putting in the time of thinking of what they could do in their future. And some of the things I'm going to mention actually tie into some of the stuff that some of the panelists were talking about, which is really cool for me to see that we're seeing these common themes here. So I first wanted to start by just chatting about some key concepts here. So eco-anxiety and eco-mental health. This is a big concept related to this topic. Eco-anxiety can be defined as like anxiety symptoms, responses, etc., that are resulting from the climate crisis or even just an awareness of climate change. Hog et al. Provided a definition that I really love. There's a bunch of operational definitions for eco-anxiety going around, but I liked this one because it focused on the historic, the current, and the future anxiety experiences related to climate change. And then eco-mental health just refers to other emotions or feelings that could be stemming related to climate change awareness. Bringing in that existential anxiety. So that's a big part of my topic here. As the youth were talking to me in my counseling office, the word existential just kept popping into my brain, and I was looking into existential anxiety. And these are, again, anxiety symptoms pertaining to existential themes. Now, what are existential themes? This can be anything related to your individual search for meaning and purpose within your own life. From a counseling psychology perspective, we look at existential anxiety and existentialism as the search for meaning and authenticity within your life. And that anxiety can stem from discrepancies between the two. And then adolescents, for the purpose of this study, I'm working with the World Health Organization definition, which is 10 to 19 years old. So moving along, I conducted a literature review and I found some key themes, and I just wanted to briefly touch on them. The first one being that eco-mental health needs to be recognized as a distinct mental health experience. It's really easy for us to group this idea of eco-anxiety in with generalized anxiety, but they are separate and distinct and measurable. Additionally, my literature review found that young people are increasingly vulnerable to these mental health issues resulting from climate change awareness due to that uncertainty that climate change can create, which ties into that future planning thinking. Now, one thing I thought was super interesting was when I was trying to find connections to existential threats or existential anxiety, some research that focused on adult mental health has framed climate change as an existential threat. Yet when we're looking at research on young people, it wasn't talked about as much. And then finally, one of my most interesting findings was that there appears to be overlap in the underlying mechanisms of how we understand existential anxiety and eco-mental health. And I have a quick little diagram on the side there to demonstrate that. So super briefly, climate change creates this uncertainty around one's life and future. That in turn can increase awareness of one's own mortality, which from an existential perspective is called death anxiety. And then finally, that death anxiety impacts one's ability to cope with uncertainty in one's futures, which ties right back into how the climate crisis can create this uncertainty. So you can see how with this conceptual framework, these concepts can just compound and create this unique mental health experience that we need to understand a bit more. So for my thesis, the research questions I'm running with are, what emotions do Canadian adolescents experience because of climate change? How does climate change impact their future-oriented thinking and plans for their future? And then finally, are existential threats or themes present for adolescents in the context of climate change? Now, bringing in some theory here, talking a bit about adolescent development theory, why this is so important to this age group. From a psychological perspective, adolescents in that developmental period, they're trying to establish a sense of self. And this is often through finding agency and resiliency. Now, there is research out there which says specifically these concepts of agency and resiliency in one's own life are actually threatened by climate change because we are looking at this problem that seemingly we as individuals have no control over. Bringing in some existential theory, again, that existential anxiety stems from the search for meaning and purpose for the authentic self and any discrepancies that you are experiencing in your life there. Now, there is a lot of really interesting overlap between these theories in research, and one paper in particular argues that the core of adolescent development here is existential in nature, due to the emphasis of finding one's own self and one's place in the world and thinking about it in that future context. Who do I want to be in the world? How do I get there? Now let's bring this back to climate change. So for the methodology here, what we're doing, this work is part of an ongoing SSHRC-funded project led by Dr. Gina Martin, who is my thesis supervisor. And so what we've done so far, we conducted 7 digital focus groups and they were recorded for transcription. Participants were recruited through a Canadian youth network. And we ended up with 24 participants between the age range of 15 to 18 years old. Within those 24, we had 11 self-identified boys, 12 self-identified girls, and 1 self-identified non-binary participant. Now, another really interesting demographic here is that just under half of our participants, so 46%, identified having some participation in some form of climate activism. So that shows that there is a variety of people who are involved in climate activism, but also some who aren't. So we're getting a big variety of perspectives here. In these focus groups, we had all participants engage in discussion points surrounding the emotions they feel when they're thinking about climate change and their perception of how climate change may or may not impact their future, trying to understand how they feel about future-oriented thinking. Now for the data analysis, like I mentioned, the focus groups were recorded and they have been transcribed and verified by 2 researchers. We are still underway for the data analysis, so I don't have any concrete results to discuss, but I am going to be highlighting some data points, which I think really illustrate what we're trying to get at here. But for the analysis itself, we're going to be using NVivo to conduct an inductive to deductive approach. The inductive generation of codes and themes is going to make sure that we are coding the data in the context of how it was shared by adolescents. A lot of adolescent and young people research needs to really take into the consideration that we need to make sure we are building from their understanding. That's why we chose an inductive approach, followed by the deductive approach. Once those codes and themes are generated, there's predetermined existential themes borrowed from Spinelli. And I'm going to be looking at the coded data and see if they any fall within those themes to determine if maybe there is an existential threat there. Now, let's get to some of the examples. So like I mentioned, I don't have any concrete data to share with you, but I wanted to pull some data points and show you some of the themes that are starting to arise or some of the talking points that demonstrate some of these questions here. So in response to the question, how would you describe you feel when you're thinking about climate change? We had some really interesting answers. And one of them was hopelessness because both because it seems out of my control and because it feels like everything I've done to prepare for my future might have been a waste. Negative, I don't see a positive outcome for the environment. And then scared and guilty that I'm not doing enough. This is already demonstrating a huge array of emotions and feelings that adolescents are having in the context of climate change. Now, when we asked, how does climate change affect how you think about your future? There were some even more interesting discussion points, which were, I get pretty depressed and sometimes think, what's the point? Because the earth is dying anyways. I don't know if I want to have kids in the future and bring them into a world of fire. Someone said they're not going to have children. It affects what I want to achieve in my career. And I suppose the industry career I choose, what industries will be viable in the future with climate change worsening, and a sense of uncertainty. So we're already seeing that for some adolescents, this is impacting how they're conceptualizing their future career, whether or not they want to have children, which ties back into some of the results the panelists were discussing, and just that overall sense of uncertainty. Now for some more data points. It's not all framed negatively. Some folks shared that this gives them motivation to take action, seeing young activists like Greta Thunberg. Motivated, what can I do to help? And eager and interested for the next plan of action. So there's a huge array here of responses we're getting. Now, conclusion and what's next, the data are showing that climate change awareness creates a wide array of emotional responses in Canadian adolescents, like I just demonstrated with those discussion points. At this point in the analysis process, it's a bit too early to determine if existential themes are present for Canadian adolescents when they're thinking about their future. But I think it's safe to say that it is true for some, whether or not it's a generalizable theme. The results from this study could help inform the counseling psychology discipline to create targeted climate-specific interventions and techniques to support adolescents that are experiencing mental health issues from climate change awareness. And that is one of the main goals of this research I'm doing. And super quickly, I just really want to thank Dr. Alina Kozma and Dr. Marie Anderson for their support, as well as our youth participants for engaging in this research. And that wraps me up. Questions?
Thank you so much, Matt. Very interesting and so insightful and so incredibly relevant to the current discourse around mental health and climate change, especially considering the focus on adolescents. I mean, I can definitely identify with some of the questions you highlighted that you asked in your research, and I assume it perhaps people across all age groups might. Yeah, really fascinating. So we would like to open the floor to our participants for the Q&A session. Please use the Zoom chat feature if you'd like to ask Matt any questions. There is a question from one of our participants saying, are there existing climate-specific interventions for youth?
So that is a great question. And to my knowledge, based off of current research, there are none that are specifically climate specific and also young people relevant. I think there's a lot of, the nice thing about counseling psychology, there's so many different modalities and techniques and interventions that can be used cross-disciplinary. So that I think there's a lot of things that could be used to help folks experiencing climate-related mental health, but there's nothing that's specifically designed that I'm aware of for this issue with youth.
Mm. Just trying to keep up with the questions. There was an article that was just shared. Okay. We have 1 more minute, so if anyone has any other questions or comments, please let us know. I guess on my side, I was wondering, oh, there's more questions. Never mind me. Wondering if in your data you were seeing evidence of grief or loss.
Yeah, I believe there have been a few data points that have been coded to grief. I think like eco-grief is a term that gets thrown around a lot in literature. So I'm curious to see if that will be enough substantial there to generate kind of a noticeable trend. But I've definitely seen the word grief at least pop up once or twice. So I'm curious to get a bit more into the data and see what's there.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And one last question. Why did you choose focus groups instead of individual interviews?
That's a great question. So this was part of a larger SSHRC-funded research project where they were already going to be conducting focus groups. So for terms of just like ease and accessibility, we just tacked the research questions into that process. I think individual interviews could have been a very interesting approach to really get into that idea of how they conceptualize it one-on-one. But one of the great things that allowed from the focus groups was we saw people sharing, oh, I hadn't thought of that perspective before, or when you said that, it made me think of this. And so it was really cool to see how the like-minded youth were engaging in those conversations and even just the data points that came from those collaborations.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really interesting. We appreciate your sharing with us. And yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate all the work that went into this. So thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Thanks everyone to all the participants who have been asking questions. Moving forward, I would like to extend the warmest welcome to our new speaker, Zachary Daly. He will be discussing the prevalence and correlates of co-occurring worry about climate change amid the COVID-19 pandemic in a Canadian sample. And Zachary is a registered nurse and has worked in child and adolescent mental health. He's currently completing a PhD in nursing at the University of British Columbia School of Nursing, where he's studying the impact of climate change on mental health in Canada with a focus on youth. And in addition to his interest in participatory approaches, he plans to make use of strength-based approaches to mental health, as well as the concept of mental health promotion in his doctoral research. So I will pass it all over to you, Zach, and thank you so much for joining us and sharing with us.
Thank you for having me. Can people hear me and see my screen? I'm never quite certain.
Yes, you're good. You're good.
Oh, good. So thank you for that introduction. Before getting started, I just want to acknowledge that the land on which I live, work, and study is traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam people at University of British Columbia, Vancouver campus. Yeah, so my talk today is on the prevalence and correlates of co-occurring worry about climate change amid the COVID-19 pandemic. You can see some of the other folks that are involved in this at the School of Nursing, as well as the School of Population and Public Health at UBC. This is a bit separate from my main work, which is on adolescent mental health and climate change. But I still think there's some really interesting results, although they are quite exploratory. So I'm actually really curious to see what thoughts people have or questions people have about it. So just in brief, we're going to really quickly review some of the intersections between climate change, the pandemic, and mental health. And I'm going to suggest a potential conceptual framework, which I think could be very helpful, as well as then turning into the actual study itself, some of the results, and then discuss and areas for further research. So I probably don't need to say this at a conference such as this, but there's now ample evidence suggesting that there are linkages between climate change and mental health. It's again, probably not a surprise to people in attendance, but there's also evidence emerging about linkages between the COVID-19 pandemic and mental health. So both of those things, there's very rich research in kind of both of these areas. But one thing that I've noticed in the literature is this emerging area, and I have a couple examples of some citations for this, sort of looking at linkages between climate change, the pandemic, and health, either in a broad sense or specifically mental health. And looking at both from an upstream lens, so in terms of like how are the causes of climate change and the pandemic interact, but also how their impacts, so like how do the health or specifically mental health impacts of these two crises impact and feed on each other. I think one potentially really interesting way to conceptualize this is the idea of syndemics, which I haven't seen used specifically to kind of link these two things together, although perhaps others have done it. I just haven't seen it yet in the literature. For those not familiar with the idea of syndemics, so Singer was one of the big scholars that kind of led it. Traditionally, it's been used to look at things such as the interactions between HIV and tuberculosis. But the idea is that there's sort of two disease processes or illnesses that, or disease states that they interact with each other. And then through those interactions, there's either enhanced disease transmission, progression, or negative health outcomes. And then at the same time, understanding this is occurring within context, within populations, and so that these interactions are exacerbated by or made worse by social, economic, or political situation, as well as through sort of experience inequities. So that's it in short. And I think it's a really powerful model. It's been used for a number of different things, and it's recently been seeing increased use for mental health as well. So I'm not good at graphics. I just kind of threw this together. But so the way I'm thinking about this, so instead of having climate change with upstream causes and downstream mental health impacts and pandemic kind of occurring on two separate tracks, which I think can happen in the literature, we can get very siloed. If we think of syndemic framing, it's kind of something more like this. So, the upstream causes of climate change and the pandemic are interacting with each other. And then we have mental health impacts of both, and those are potentially also impacting with each other. And then this is leading to sort of intersecting or synergistic mental health outcomes due to these interactions, and especially due to sort of shared vulnerabilities or inequities that different groups are experiencing. Now, in reality, this is a very simple, lovely little diagram. So the reality is something much more like this. And at a certain point, I just got tired of drawing arrows. But the idea is that it's very complex. Climate change and the pandemic are already very complex phenomena, so understanding interactions is likewise complex. So I thought if we're interested in looking for evidence of this, sort of these interactions, might be interesting to start looking here at the very downstream end. So is there any evidence of intersecting or synergistic mental health outcomes? And then if we find that, then we can start thinking more upstream about how these are coming to be and perhaps how they can be ameliorated. So the present research, this is actually part of a larger study, the fourth round of a study monitoring the mental health impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. And the fourth round is collected in December 2021. And using a polling venture, there was an anonymous survey, online survey to a random sample of 3,030 adults living in Canada, stratified and weighted by age, income, sex, and region of the country. Now, where sort of this is relevant here is that in the fourth round, a new item was added. And so this is a novel item. But we asked about sort of what stressors have individuals experienced in the last 2 weeks. And one of them was, quote, worrying about the compounding effects of COVID-19 alongside the climate crisis. Alongside this item, we also, it's a very large survey, is why sort of very limited in how much we could add. But there's items on demographics, coping strategies, as well as the Kessler Psychological Distress Scale, or K6, as well as questions about suicidal ideation amongst the survey participants. So some results. To me, one of the headline results is that amongst this sample of Canadians that was, representative by, region, age, et cetera, 36%, so a bit over 1/3 of the sample endorsed experiencing or worrying about the compounding effects of COVID-19 alongside the climate crisis in the previous 2 weeks. So that's actually, to me, a substantial number. And then, of course, and then thinking as well as endemics, now the idea is that different groups or there's different equities. This prevalence also varied statistically significantly across different sociodemographic groups. So it varied by age. Interestingly, this worry was highest at sort of the bottom and the upper end of the age range and lowest in the middle. Individuals with pre-existing mental health conditions prior to the pandemic were more likely to endorse this worry. Individuals who identified as Indigenous were more likely to identify this worry. Women compared to cis women compared to cis men are more likely, as well as trans individuals are also more likely to identify this worry, along some other ones. Interestingly, individuals who reported being caregivers or guardians to children under 18 were actually less likely to report this worry, which surprised me a bit. So that's sort of thinking in brief, who in Canada is reporting this worry. We also wanted to see, is having this worry, this co-occurring worry involving both climate change and the pandemic, are there linkages to mental health outcomes? And there were. So individuals who endorse this co-occurring worry were more likely to had a higher prevalence of severe psychological distress. This is assessed via the K6. So 22% of individuals who had this worry that's sort of flagged for severe psychological distress compared to 10% amongst people who did not have this worry. They also had a higher prevalence of suicidal ideation in the previous 2 weeks, 14% versus 5%. And they're also more likely to rate their current mental health as poor. And so once again, there's sort of this idea, there's this co-occurring worry, and there does seem to be some linkage between this worry and certain mental health outcomes. Although, as I will kind of mention again later, of course, if we flip these percentages around, the majority of people with this worry do not flag for severe psychological distress. The majority of these people with this worry do not have poor mental health or suicidal ideation. So just to avoid that over pathologizing lens. But it is notable that there's higher prevalences of these. We also looked at different coping strategies that people reported in terms of managing sort of the stress and anxiety related to COVID-19. Now, these weren't specifically coping strategies to that specific worry, which is an important caveat, but it was interesting. So we did a subsample analysis amongst individuals who reported this co-occurring worry of the compounding effects of the climate crisis and the pandemic. So amongst those people that had this worry, individuals who reported engaging in outdoor walks or exercise, spending time with family or friends outdoors, connecting with those in their household, or connecting with family or friends through phone or video chat, were then less likely to screen positive for severe psychological distress. But of course, this is correlational in nature, so we can't, kind of draw a direct linkage between those different things. So conclusions, as I said, I'm really curious to hear people's thoughts on this. I think overall, the findings demonstrate in these exploratory findings, co-occurring worry about the pandemic and climate change is relatively common in the Canadian context. However, certain groups are more impacted by this or more likely to endorse this worry than others. However, and I think this is a really important point, thinking this idea that in general, worry about climate change is a rational and adaptive response. So while this worry was associated with worse mental health outcomes, this is not the case for most individuals. So most individuals who had this worry were not showing signs of these worsened mental health outcomes. There was just a higher prevalence. And, of course, there's some interesting, very preliminary work that there are certain coping mechanisms that when people engage in them, perhaps they are less likely to have some of these mental health impacts. So I'm really want to be careful there because we obviously cannot draw any sort of causal inference from this data set. It's all correlational. So in terms of the limitations, so yes, it's correlational in nature, it's exploratory. And, we use a novel single item measure. I would have loved to use some of these longer or more validated scales that are out there. There's the climate change anxiety scale. I mean, there's any number of them. However, we have to be mindful of the overall length of the survey and that this was ultimately still predominantly or primarily a survey looking at the pandemic impacts on mental health rather than climate change specifically. And then also, if we really wanted to look for some sort of syndemic or overlapping impact, what you would want to do is sort of look at independently, like what is worry about just the pandemic mental health outcomes, worry about just climate change mental health outcomes, and then look at the co-occurring and see if there is that heightened or synergistic impact. And so all this sort of points to, I think, some potential future research. So I think it's really important to think about how worry about climate change is interacting with or intersecting with different or other forms of worry, especially if you think that the individuals that are most likely to experience climate distress might be experiencing other sort of systemic inequities. You might think that there's other ways that these could be interacting to potentially, for some individuals, lead to worsened outcome. So I think this syndemic approach could be looked at not just with climate change and the pandemic, but climate change and other phenomena as well. And yeah, and I just want to thank Canadian Mental Health Association, CMHA. They provided funding for these surveys and some references, and just a thank you. And I would love to hear from more people, and I really would like to hear from the audience about this, because as I said, it's exploratory, so be curious to see how people go. So please reach out. And I hope there's some other nurses in the audience. I think in general, nursing needs to be more involved in climate change and mental health. So hopefully there's some nurses in the audience as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Zach. Yeah, really, really relevant to today's situation. I think a lot of people have been worried about the compounding effect, mental health effects of really large, heavy, existential almost phenomena, like you said, like climate change and COVID, and going back to the panelist discussion, colonialism and capitalism and a lot of different
Mhm.
things that are affecting people. It's really hard to untangle those networks and associations. So it's really important, valuable work. Regarding questions, we so far.
Yeah, just going through this. I see from Dr. Angela Marcus Philippe. Yeah, so thank you. I have seen some literature looking at COVID-19 and the syndemic framing. So I'm certainly not by any means the person to do this. I just am not aware of people using syndemic to look at sort of the interactions between climate change and the pandemic with mental health, although I would love to be proven wrong if someone else is aware of that or has kind of come across on the literature. Are there any other questions?
Not at the moment, and I'm just being mindful of, there's one more. Did the research literature focus solely on adolescents?
Yeah, so just to clarify, my own research is primarily in adolescents. However, this data set is sort of separate from that. It is actually, there were no adolescents in this data set. This was amongst Canadian adults. So I apologize if I didn't make that clear. And then there's a question I saw about granularity of the data, about like looking at sort of pandemic peaks and lockdown and curfew. And so this is actually a really interesting question. Now, unfortunately, as I said, so this data set was primarily focused on the pandemic, and this item was only added in the fourth round. So it would be interesting, like in a perfect world, it would have been interesting to see how these things change over time, but this item was only added in the fourth round. We think of, if we like really zoom in the timing, that was sort of around December 2021. And the context is, if you look at the dates, it's like right when Omicron was starting to kind of really rear up. It hadn't quite fully broken in Canada, but that's some further context of the timing of these specific results.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Zach. And if you're open to it, I think perhaps if the participants would like to ask you questions after this presentation or after the conference, if you'd like to share your contacts.
Yeah,
or
so
we
I'm
can
not sure if
share
I'm
it in
still
an
screen
email.
sharing, but my email there, just reach
Okay.
out. And I think, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like there's a paper I might have missed. So thank you very much. I will look into that.
Thank you. All right. Just being mindful of time. And I think we've had such an interesting, fascinating, insightful morning. We might all need a little bit of a wellness break. So I shall share my screen. And moving on to, what we have in the agenda, it is my pleasure to announce the start of the wellness break for the next 30 minutes until 12:15. And then we'll come back with a workshop and some more exciting talks. So enjoy the break and let us know if we can help with anything. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hope you had a good break, grabbed a bite, and you're excited and refreshed, excited as we are, because we have like a really interesting, I'm really excited about this workshop. So I would like to delve right in and start introducing the workshop speakers and co-presenters. It is called The Environment as an Object Relationship, Implications for Public Policy. And it will be led by Susan Bodner, a New York City-based clinical psychologist and adjunct professor at Teachers College, Columbia University, and a guest editor for Ecopsychology and Ecotherapy. Susan's research examines our relationship to our environment through an object relations lens. She will present her latest paper and invite participants to share their perspectives. In this time of climate change, she believes a better understanding of our relationship to our environment can lead to better mental health policy. And she will be joined by her two students, Aisha Liaquat, who's a clinical psychology graduate student at Columbia University that focuses on global mental health and trauma and child and family psychology, as well as Neva Teka. She's a second-year student in the clinical psychology master's program at Columbia. And her interests are mostly in child and adolescent psychology, especially in how the environment can impact the development of child and adolescent psychopathology. So thank you all for being here. We're very grateful to participate in this workshop, and I will pass it on to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody. I'm really delighted to be here. I just want to check in to see if Neva and Aisha are here. So, okay, they may join in a few minutes. In the meantime, I am going to share my screen because we have a presentation to show you. And give me 1 second. Great. So as a clinician, I've been noticing for a long time that a lot of the psychological issues that people bring to their work on themselves seem not to be only about sort of intrapsychic or interpsychic conflicts, but rather about a changing relationship to the environmental world. So I've been writing about that since 2008, and finally decided that it was probably important to try to collect data to substantiate my insight, my perspective, my perception that people have strong and powerful relationships to their environment. So thus began the DO Lab, and I see Aisha Liaquat and Neva Teka are here, who are both research assistants in the lab. And what we have done is to try to understand how people feel, what they think, what's in their psyche about their ecosystems, like their local environments. And this is who we are. We were already very nicely introduced. Thank you. So we took this idea that the definition of an object relationship is the relation of the psyche to others in childhood, and the exploration of those relationships as they exist externally and internally. So it's a kind of well-known concept in clinical psychology that you will internalize important people in your life and that they sit in your head and they're speaking to you throughout your development, influencing how you interact and relate to many other people and situations in your life. We said, we think the environment is one of those relationships. It's an unacknowledged relationship. And we set out trying to see whether or not we could establish that. And it was our conclusion at the Do Lab that the environment is one of those external and internal relationships that exert enduring influence over thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. We just wanted to acknowledge some of the writers and thinkers who've helped us come to this conclusion. Martin Jordan, who had this idea that that there's an ambivalent relationship that people have to nature. The great human geographer Yi-Fu Tuan, who said that consciousness is shaped by geography. Mary Jane Rust, who began to suggest that maybe we should look at eating problems through the lens of ecopsychology. And of course, Peter Kahn, who was so influential in the field and is now the current editor of Ecopsychology. So our study was that we literally asked people to describe in a free write, what is your relationship to the environment? Like, how do you feel about it? What's in your mind when you think about an environment that has been special or important to you? And we had fascinating results that I can show you here. Oh, actually, here's a copy of the paper. I actually have it free and behind a paywall. If anyone wants to copy that link, you're free to read it and see for yourself the many, many, many different narratives that we were able to collect. They are fascinating and interesting and far too numerous to get into here. But we can tell you that in our narrative analysis, if we look at everything people said on the surveys and then the interviews that we asked people to complete, the word that came up most often was sad. And the words that came up most often when we asked people how you feel in this special place that we asked people to do a free write about. And we saw that the words were very relational: anger, nurtured, supported, love, joyful, inspired. Those are words that people most often use about a relationship to a person, but they were talking about their relationship to a place. And what was, I thought, most interesting was the fact that this was spontaneous. These are spontaneous expressions, and that it also includes some negative emotions, which is often what you see with object relationships. It's not always positive, right? They're complex, they're complicated. And so it is our thinking that indeed, the relationship to the environment is complex, like most other relationships that are internalized in your life throughout the lifespan. And this was what was most striking, is that how would you feel if this place no longer existed? And we were astonished to see the spontaneous production of the word devastated and sad over and over again, multiple times. And so we're going to link that now to some actual real life examples. So Aisha, maybe you'd like to speak about Pakistan.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Bodner. So in Pakistan, since most of you might know that since June of 2022, there were climate-induced torrential monsoon rains and floods, which led to an incredible amount of destruction affecting a population of 33 million people, including 16 million children, and 1/3 of the Pakistan went underwater, and it has costed it 1,600 lives and threatened hundreds and thousands of more. And right about now, there are close to 8 million people who are displaced, and even and over 2 million people have lost their homes, and the damage and the destruction has caused people to live under open skies, and the reconstruction is still going on, but very slow. And what we did was, like, we picked up a few statements from the survivors, and we saw that the statements that we have, I'll read them out and then I'll link them to what we have found in the study in our lab. One of the survivors said that in the midst of the calamity, an old man sits at the edge of the way, Quran in hand, he mumbles a prayer. He likened the flood to Judgment Day, a sentiment that many who could not comprehend the magnitude of the water repeated. And one of the survivors said that we will never be able to rebuild as it was before. And another survivor exclaimed that I can't explain how much I feel the pain. He says through an interpreter, not only the crops, not only the rice, but also the animals, livestock, and all the things connected with agricultural land destroyed. So I have no idea what we have lost. We can see from these statements of the survivors that they seem to experience the sense of loss and pain over the environment that they've lost. And we can see that one of the survivors is comparing what he has seen, like the flood, to the Judgment Day, implying a sense of doom. Although these are very few examples, but the theme that is arising is very much similar to the findings of our study, where people experience sadness and feelings of devastation when we ask them, how would you feel when the place that you are living in or your current environment didn't exist anymore? So we were asking people how would they feel if it didn't exist, and these are the people who have experienced the loss of their environment, and what they are experiencing is very much similar to what we found in our study. And we can see that environments can be one of the external like external and internal relationships that can exert influence over thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. And over here, we can see that people have a relationship with their environment, and that loss of the environment is showing up as a feeling of loss and pain in those people who have experienced this loss in Pakistan. Moving on to Neva.
Yes, thank you, Aisha. And perfect, thank you. So Aisha talked so perfectly about what happens when an environment is lost. But where I'm from, Albania, that's a developing country. And with development comes changes. So this allows us an opportunity to kind of look at what happens when technically the place is still there. The location is the same, but through development and human-made changes, it doesn't look the same anymore. And I was born and raised in a coastal town. Almost anyone who I know grew up going to the beach. That's like a very important part of our community, be it for economy, for like family gatherings. It's just for a lot of children, it's extremely nostalgic growing up by the water. So the picture on your left is how the city used to look like. As you can see, the beach was very much interwoven with nature. There's a lot of plants, there's a lot of greenery. A big part of enjoying a day at the beach was also like being able to enjoy a day with nature. Now, on the right side of the screen is what the environment currently looks like. And you'll see that instead of the beautiful, luscious trees and the beautiful greenery, a lot of what has happened is that it has turned into a development center. So most of the buildings that you see are either hotels or they're condos that try to accommodate all the different tourists or people who want to live right by the coastal edge. So I asked people to kind of anecdotally talk about how is this incremental change that they experienced throughout their lifespan, how has this changed their relationship with the environment? And the biggest thing that came about was a feeling of being unmourned. So if previously this provided a sense of stability. You know that every summer you'd go to the beach and you would find the same thing, and you created a relationship. You knew where your favorite tree was. You knew where you played hide and seek. Suddenly, all of that has changed. That is nowhere to be found. And though what you're doing is the same, you're still having a fun day at the beach, the location looks completely different. There is no resemblance to what you grew up with. And there is feelings of confusion, of loss, again, a feeling of sadness, but also nostalgia for what was and no longer is. So once again, you can almost describe this as a relationship that you would have with a person who might have really changed in your life, or you no longer have the same dynamic as you do with them. You kind of miss what was there. And even though you know where to go to find someone, that person is not the same anymore. So it doesn't exude the same feelings in you. And this is happening for an environment. And sadly, this is just simply one example, but because Albania is trying to become a developing country, changes like this are happening left and right. And I can't even imagine how many individuals, how many children are losing those senses of landmarks that they have with the environment, and how they might feel like a part of their childhood or a part of who they were is getting ripped away from them. And that's why we kind of base this idea on the quote that a loss that is seen is the loss that is experienced. So when you see the changes happening, you're not only witnessing them, you're personally kind of mourning what is being washed away by the changes in time. You can feel the change, not just simply be an observer of what is happening.
Thank you. The last example that I want to talk to you about is the loss of fertile riverbank farms in Delaware County, New York, due to land seizure through eminent domain. Oddly, in order to make reservoirs for New York City drinking water. And this has led to ongoing depression, anger, and grief. When people talk about what happened, they speak as though it happened very recently, when in fact this was in the early 1900s. Maybe the latest reservoir was built in 1950 or so. The quote that stands out is, "They took what was our heartbeat." Part of the reason that we want to bring these anecdotes to you is because I think that, as Peter Kahn has said, there is a sense of environmental generational amnesia. People get so used to how things have changed that they come to take it for granted, and they can no longer locate why or what is leading to some of their mental health issues. People come to expect that it's normal, that the coastline is overdeveloped with hotels. People come to expect it as normal that their homes and communities should be flooded. People have come to expect it as normal that their land would be gone and taken from them. And the study, as simple as it sounds, just asking people, what is your relationship to the environment, starts to lay a template for how to be able to take apart so many of the environmental events that are happening all the time around us, within us, and to be able to frame it so that we can talk about it. In the study, one of the examples was somebody who grew up very close to a pond, and they spent their childhood years going to that pond, looking at tadpoles, watching them turn into frogs, watching what was happening to plant life, getting their feet stuck in the muck, and watching the fish, and sometimes playing with them with little sticks. One day, when all these kids showed up at the pond, everything was floating up dead. And they were, quote, devastated, the word they used. And nobody knew what was happening. They were told to get away from the pond. And it turns out that it was just fertilizer from the local golf course that had dripped into the pond and destroyed all the life that was there, and that children could not play there anymore. This person felt so enraged about it to this day, unmoored, Like how, because it was not something that was acknowledged. It wasn't allowed to be an event. Like if a parent had suddenly become diseased and you weren't allowed to go near them anymore, it would be thought of as psychologically significant. But there isn't a language for that in our society and culture, although in traditional ecological knowledge, there are many words for that. It is well understood that, of course, something like that would be impactful. But in this society that we come from, this is not an acknowledged, it's not a validated experience because the relationship to the environment is not considered a real thing at the same level as a relationship to a person. And we disagree. The person who lost their pond because of the fertilizer for the golf course ended up becoming a secret, what you would, rebel. And for the years of their adolescence before they went away, they would routinely sabotage the golf course in order to get back at what had happened to their pond. And that felt really significant, that is something that may not be expected from how somebody would relate to a pond. And one of the reasons why I think this is so important for mental health, as I started to say at the beginning, that it is so important to take into account reactions to climate events. Not just waiting for the big ones, not just waiting for the huge flood. And I think this is the point that Aisha was making, and Neva was sort of trying to bring home, but the everyday ordinary changes have very strong impacts. And our health policy needs to include the fact that these changes to the environment are having an impact on people's psychological well-being. Obviously, as a clinician, there's so much anecdotal evidence, so many case studies, from the person who's still mourning the fact that the field they used to play in as a child is now, what do you call them, McMansions, right? It's the field is gone, and these giant homes that have been built there, kind of really taxing the resources. The woman who remembers when the trees were cut down and still feels it, and there isn't a language for talking about that, at least not in this, our sort of very Western modern society. And I think we have to look to, and I think we are, to the traditional ecological knowledge to be able to begin to find the psychological space for that grief and for how it's changed us as people. And some of the intense mental health issues, if you know Richard Louv's work, are about this. They come about as a result from this disengagement from your environmental world. And our work, and we're about to start our second study this week, is really trying to find ways to express it with some sense of data so that we can make this truth become a part of the legitimized science that drives mental health policy. And so we're grateful to all of you for being here. And we're wondering if people wanted to take a minute and try to describe the relationship with the environment you have in the place that you are from, or anecdotes that you are aware of that might, that might enlighten us further about the power of this connection. And if not, I can, of course, just keep talking and telling you more. So do you see anything in the chat or? Okay, so until something pops up, oh wait, maybe there are, okay. Okay, I was born and raised in Central Florida, so I have a very tenuous relationship to this place. It's both beautiful and wild, but also heavily damaged and destroyed, overdeveloped. Maggie, I really love that example because it really makes the point that people sometimes tend to idealize the environment as nature, and we think it's very simple, and we get into this habit of thinking that, oh, nature, it's all beautiful. And we forget the complexity of loving something that maybe's been destroyed, loving something that's been violated, the complexity of being afraid in an environment. All of those things factor into the decisions we make and the choices we make on a daily basis. And that's something we're really trying to capture. Yes, go ahead and let people speak if they wish to do that. One of the difficulties about doing this research is that it almost seems too obvious. And it almost seems like, really, that's a question? You're going to write a paper and make the point that people have intense feelings about their relationship and their connections to their ecosystems. And the point is that we have to do it. We have to get it in writing. We have to have it be validated. We have to have it be seen in words. People's narratives. I think a lot about the work Steven Spielberg did with trying to capture narratives of people who'd survived the Holocaust before there were no more people who had survived the Holocaust. I really feel that our research we're really trying to capture these relationships, these experiences, so that we have a vocabulary, a series of narratives. We have a story that helps us understand how profound this connection to the environment is and how destructive it's been, the way in which we've been treating the earth.
Dr. Bonner, I think we have another comment in the chat.
Okay. So this is from Alyssa. I grew up in the region of Shoalhaven in Australia. It was heavily impacted by the 19 fires. I was in London due to the pandemic. I felt like my past was erased. It was my fear. On revisiting it physically, hurt my body to see the changed landscape. Absolutely. I was born in Portugal, beautiful nature, but the country has been burning for years. Yes, indeed. Lots of mixed emotions, fear, anger, sadness, love, messy hope, right? And when you think that these feelings are with you, they are impacting, they are changing your mental health. They are making a difference. You might not see it and you might not be able to name it, but it is there. And if you just take, a couple of examples of people who felt they could speak up, magnify that and imagine that almost everybody's feeling it. But it exists in this zone of what we call unformulated experience without words. But it's still mattering and it's still tugging on us and creating stress, and not just eco stress, right? Not just climate change, not just climate anxiety. We've already been feeling this. It's already here. The actual climate change reactions are on top of and already dysregulated in disrupted psyche due to the many, many kinds of changes people have been witnessing and observing in their relationship to their ecosystems. Neva, Aisha, do you want to add anything else?
No, I just wanted to say that I also haven't been home in nearly 6 years. And the idea of there was a huge earthquake that hit my city. And sometimes like I don't recognize the videos where my family members show them to me. So it definitely is a sense of bittersweet, but a form of anxiety as well, of the fear of going home and not expecting to see what I got used to seeing there. So I think that we expect feelings of anxiety when it comes to like ideas like global warming, and we talk about climate change and how the earth is on fire, but there can the anxiety for environment can come also from like little experiences where you're scared to go home because you might not find what you want to find.
If it's in the chat here from Andrea, I echo that feeling Maggie described. It almost feels like a bittersweet sense of awe, endless fascination, and deep connectedness. I love nature and the environment, but I'm fearful of getting too attached. Something that people are trying to write about, that attachment and what happens to it. And there's all kinds of attachments, in developing an ambivalent attachment. And that ambivalent attachment could be the very thing which causes you not to be able to react or act when things are happening in your environment. Fearful, knowing that it's likely it's going to get damaged and go away, and experiencing that damage really causes grief. Aisha.
I just wanted to add that just seeing how everyone is like expressing their concerns and their feelings about their environments and how they are being damaged, and knowing that how I felt is when Pakistan was hit by the floods and I was here and I haven't been back home since. It's like the feelings are very universal. A lot of us feel the same sense of connection with our environments, and knowing that our environments are being destroyed and that we can't do much to stop that from happening, but it's still impacting us. So I think it's like it highlights how important it is to study and like you said, validate how the destruction of environments and the loss of these environments are impacting us humans, and what are the feelings and emotions that we are feeling, and how can we help those individuals who are suffering from these things. So it brings a lot of attention towards, like, it highlights the need to focus more on like climate change and its like psychological impacts on us, and what can we do about it.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Both Neva, Aisha, part of the team. We're working really hard. You can please reach out to us. Comments are welcome. And we are so grateful and so thankful to having been invited to talk about these things with all of you today. We are at the end of our time, so we wish you well. And I should have acknowledged that we are Zooming on the land that was once occupied by the Lenape people of the Algonquin, and that this land they once farmed and fished and hunted here. So our gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. I just have to say I'm so grateful to be experiencing this kind of talks and workshops and discussions, just because simply by bringing this up and bringing it to the, to people's minds, simply by asking a simple yet powerful question like, what is your relationship to the environment? It's almost like you revive what may simply be like a dormant feeling of being connected that is just dormant because of societal expectations or just something related to what you said earlier. So thank you for that. Much appreciated. And if participants want to reach out after this, feel free to share your contact details. So thank you. Just being mindful of time, we will now move on to our next presentation, which is by Judy Wu, who is a first-year PhD student in the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University. Under the supervision of Dr. Hasina Samji, Judy uses data from the Youth Development Instruments Survey to better understand the effects of climate and ecological crisis on youth within BC. And by identifying predictive factors with youth eco-anxiety, she hopes to use her findings to develop support resources to help young people cope. And the name of her presentation is already on screen. So Judy, thank you so much for sharing this important research with us, and I'll pass it over to you. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Andrea. So good afternoon, everybody. I was about to say good morning. As Andrea mentioned, my name is Judy Wu. I'm a first-year PhD student at SFU. And then today I'm going to be presenting on some of my work with eco-anxiety and the Youth Development Instrument. Before I get any further, I just want to acknowledge that I'm presenting as well as live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Tsleil-Waututh, Coquitlam, Squamish, and Musqueam peoples. So eco-anxiety is something that I'm sure many of us are already familiar with at the summit. Definitions can range broadly, but I use this definition in my work, the mental distress or anxiety associated with worsening environmental conditions and the ecological crisis. And again, I'm sure many of you are already aware, eco-anxiety can lead to disruptive experiences in various aspects of one's life. And the ones on the slides are just a few examples, including disruptions to cognition, functioning, and emotional experiences. Several studies in the adult populations have found associations between eco-anxiety and poor mental health, specifically with generalized anxiety and depression. But what's particularly concerning is the impact that eco-anxiety can have on children and youth. And that's because younger generations are more likely to experience stressors associated with climate change and the environment, since we're living in the time with the greatest impacts thus far. Additionally, children and youth are at this important developmental period in their lives, and frequent and daily stressors can increase the chances of developing a mental health disorder like depression or anxiety, or may cause youth to use substances. And lastly, eco-anxiety can become a chronic stress due to the scope of the climate and ecological crises and our uncertain future. So chronic stress in young people can then actually cause structural changes within the brain, further increasing risk of psychopathology development. So the purposes of my research were to better understand how the climate and ecological crises have impacted youth mental health and well-being in BC. And the eventual goal is to then use these findings to develop support resources for this population. So the way in which this research was developed, or was collected, I should say, was through the Youth Development Instrument, or YDI. It's a population-level youth well-being survey in BC led by my supervisor, Dr. Hasina Sanji. And the YDI was first developed in 2020. It's implemented in grade 11 classrooms, and it's slated to happen annually in the spring. It's quite a lengthy survey. It takes about 45 minutes to complete the full thing. There are 5 dimensions on the survey, including social and emotional development, social well-being, learning environment and engagement, physical and mental well-being, and the navigating the world section. And the navigating the world section contains questions that measure youth views not necessarily captured in other youth well-being surveys, including like multicultural ideology, gender equality, and civic duty. And items related to climate change concern and eco-anxiety are in this section of navigating the world. So we've had 2 years of YDI data collection so far. And during the 2020 and the 2021 school year, which was our first year, we had approximately 2,500 responses and 6 school districts participate. On the slide right now, this is our coverage of the province from last year, the 2021 and 2022 school year. So we expanded by quite a bit. We had 22 out of 60 school districts in BC participate and over 9,000 respondents. And in the next 2 years of YDI data collection, we anticipate there to be an additional 30,000 responses. Here are the demographic characteristics of our sample from last year. So again, the total of 9,255 respondents. We ask about ethnicity according to the categories on the Canadian census. We also measure gender identity with female and male identifying response options, as well as an open text box for those who choose to identify in another way. The climate change concern section is composed of 3 items. So in the first 2 items, students are provided with the prompts regarding climate change. I feel that the threat should be taken more seriously. And regarding climate change, I feel that I'm worried about its consequences. And as you can see from the data, there's a high percentage of youth who agree with these statements, indicating that BC youth are worried about climate change and its effects. The third item measuring climate change concern is regarding climate change. I feel that it's a phenomenon that is harmful to humans and nature. And again, we see a very high percentage of students agreeing with this statement, nearly 80% there. And these items were drawn from a validated questionnaire that was developed in a group of Finnish youth back in 2017. To measure eco-anxiety, we drew from the Haag Eco-Anxiety Scale, which some of you may be familiar with. It was published in 2021. We actually used the climate change anxiety scale developed by Clayton et al. In the first year of the YDI, and that's oftentimes the more popularly used one, but we changed it to eco-anxiety in the second year to encompass like a broader range of environmental issues. So respondents are provided with this prompt. So over the last 2 weeks, how often have you been bothered by the following problems when thinking about climate change and other global environmental conditions? For example, global warming, ecological degradation, resource depletion, species extinction, ozone hole, pollution of the oceans, deforestation. So here's the full scale. It's 13 items long across 4 factors, including affective symptoms, behavioral symptoms, rumination, and anxiety about personal impact. And as I mentioned earlier, we used the CCAS in the first year of data collection, but when we did some focus groups, the youth felt that the questions were a little bit strange, with some of them even thinking they were silly. Because they just weren't reflective of their own experiences. So when we decided to change to the Haag Eco-Anxiety Scale, we did another round of youth consultation, this time with our Youth Advisory Council, or YAC. And they're a group of about 15 to 17 passionate youth from across the province. They're aged 15 to 18, and they provide us with a youth perspective on all of our YDI research activities. So what we did was we brought these questions to the YAC and asked them what they thought about them. And what we heard again was that not all of the items were incredibly relevant, or they were very similar to one another. So they really helped us pare down which items should be included in the final version of the YDI survey. So from consultation with them, 6 items were chosen to be included. So from the affective symptoms category or factor, they chose feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge. From the rumination factor, they chose unable to stop thinking about future climate change and other global environmental problems, which I think is a reflection of how youth are concerned about their futures, which has been talked a lot about youth and eco-anxiety and climate anxiety. From the behavioral symptoms factor, all 3 were actually chosen to be included on the YDI, and that includes difficulty sleeping or concentrating, difficulty enjoying social situations with family and friends, and difficulty working and or studying. So the members felt that all of these were quite relevant and perhaps indicates youth are more likely to experience behavioral symptoms of climate anxiety or eco-anxiety than sort of the more affective or rumination symptoms. Additionally, these items are very similar to some on the CCAS. So this would have allowed us to kind of do some year comparisons between the 2 years of data collection. And then I should just note that we combined difficulty sleeping or concentrating in the first year because our survey was so long. And so we retain that combination in year 2, but going forward, we hope to split that question back up again. And then for the last factor, anxiety about personal impacts, the YAC chose feeling anxious that your personal behaviors will do little to help fix the problem. Oh, and actually I should mention the response options below are not at all, several of the days, over half the days, and nearly every day. So from the eco-anxiety data, these were the most commonly reported experiences, feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge. And you can see that over 40% of respondents report having experience of this. So these 3, the right 3 bars out of the 4 bars. And this was within the past 2 weeks. And notably, 14.3% of respondents indicated experience over half to nearly every day. Over 30% of students reported feeling unable to stop thinking about future climate change and other global environmental problems within the past 2 weeks, with nearly 10% of students feeling this over half to nearly every day. And then the other one that had a high percentage was anxious that your personal behaviors will do little to help fix the problem. Again, nearly 40% of students reported feeling this within the past 2 weeks, and a higher proportion of students than in the previous two items, 15.6%, felt this more than half the days to every day. So we also calculated a composite score using the 6 eco-anxiety items. So if students reported or responded with not at all for an item, they were given a score of 0 for that item. If they answered several of the days, they were scored with 1 for that item, and so on and so forth. So students who had an overall score of 0 reported no experience of eco-anxiety within the past 2 weeks, which was 44.4% of our sample. But this also means that 55.6% of students have experienced some form of eco-anxiety within the past 2 weeks, and over 15% are scoring higher than 7, likely indicating a moderate to frequent experience. And these results are in line with what we see in the adult populations. There's a smaller portion of people experiencing eco-anxiety in comparison to those who feel worried about climate change and the ecological crises. However, the smaller proportion is not insignificant. And as the crises grow in urgency and the impacts are felt more frequently and severely, we'll likely see a shift to the right in this graph if measures aren't taken. For the validation purposes, we conducted a principal component analysis on a polyporic correlation matrix, which indicated a 1-factor or unidimensional structure from the original 4. There was high internal consistency as indicated by the Cronbach and ordinal alphas, both in the 0.9 range. We also conducted correlational analyses and found generalized anxiety, depression, and climate concern to be weakly but significantly correlated with eco-anxiety, whereas positive mental health and life satisfaction were found to negatively correlate. And again, these results are very similar to what we see in the literature on adults. So for final conclusions, a high percentage of surveyed students on the YDI are feeling concerned regarding the climate crisis and environment. A smaller proportion are reporting experiences of eco-anxiety, but over 50% of our sample reported some form of eco-anxiety in the past 2 weeks of the survey. Eco-anxiety was negatively correlated with positive mental health and positively correlated with mental health disorders and climate concern. And based on our results, we think that this shortened form of the HOG eco-anxiety scale is a valid measure for assessing eco-anxiety in late adolescence. And finally, the next steps will be to conduct some more factor analyses, including the model fit indices for this work, which I haven't done yet. And more broadly, I'm working on the associated factors and correlates of eco-anxiety for my thesis. And lastly, I'd like to acknowledge the wonderful Chart Lab research team that I work with and my supervisor, Hisia Samji, for supporting my work. And thank you very much. And please feel free to email me at my email on the screen.
Thank you so much, Judy. Wow. Clearly so much work went into that, and it's so needed, so needed. So I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts tomorrow during our panel discussion on similar topics. It's just so much valuable information, so I'm excited. But thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I'm just a bit wary of time. We're falling a bit behind, but I think we have time for some questions. And I see a question here. Don't you think that in a global mental health frame, this concept could carry the risk of colonialism? Yeah, and then the follow-up question was which concept? I'm not sure I understand either. The concept of eco-anxiety, David? Yeah, eco-anxiety. So do you think that in a global mental health frame, the concept could carry, like the eco-anxiety concept could carry this risk of coloniality?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's a very loaded question and answer. I think for this perspective of BC Youth, we are using this idea or this concept of eco-anxiety as like folks that haven't necessarily experienced direct climate change effects, and they're more thinking about the future and what could happen. But it's also recognized that that's not the case for many youth across the nation, and oftentimes high income countries don't are not experiencing the effects of climate change in comparison to low to middle income countries. So I would say that the current measures for assessing eco-anxiety and climate anxiety focus more on this sort of like the Western high income country experience, and that applying these to using a colonial lens and applying it to low income countries would require additional work, and I think more thought through that, and would also involve partnership with folks from those countries. I hope that answers your question, if I'm understanding the question correctly.
Well, I think, if you're okay with that, Judy, there will be opportunities for participants to perhaps reach out to you after the talk and clarify and explore these concepts further. Yeah, thank you. And maybe let's take Zach's question about how did you assess positive mental health? That's a really interesting one, and I'm actually quite curious about that as well.
Yeah, so all of the questions that we have on the YDI are taken from usually validated questionnaires that have been created by other people. So if I remember correctly, I think it's the Warwick Positive Mental Health Scale that we include on the survey that the students are taking, and then we take the score from that scale.
And we have another question, but yeah, sure. Let's see. Are you able to unmute yourself, Nessa? Oh, actually, sorry. We're kind of running out of time. So apologies, Nessa. If you could, we'd be grateful if you could please reach out to Judy after her talk and connect and explore and discuss this further, and let us know how it goes. It's the kind of conversation that I would have forever. So we will move on, but thank you so much, Judy. Much appreciated, and we're grateful for your presentation. So moving forward, our next presentation is called Eco-Anxiety in Children, Development of a Photo Voice Intervention to Support Meaning-Focused Coping. So we went from measurements to interventions, which is a great transition. And the presenter is Tara Ledger-Goots. Goots, I hope I pronounced that right, who is a PhD student at the University of Quebec in Montreal. And she's particularly interested in the psychological impacts of human-driven climate change on people of all ages. And she works with the organization EcoMotion to provide community mental health resources to support people cope with eco-anxiety. And her focus is to empower individuals to promote collective action. Really interesting and needed. So thank you so much, Tara, for joining us and for sharing your work with us. I'm gonna pass it over to you. Let me know if you can't share your screen.
Can you see it? It should be shared.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I was just
okay.
Excited. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for the presentation. And yes, so the title of my presentation is Eco-Anxiety in Children, Development of a Photo Voice Intervention to Support Meaning-Focused Coping. But before getting into it, I would just like to begin by acknowledging that I am located today on unceded Indigenous lands. The Kanien'kehá:ka Nation is recognized as the custodians of the lands and the water on which I am today. So Tiohtià:ke, or Montreal, is historically known as a gathering place for many First Nations, and today it is the home to a diverse population of Indigenous and other people. And so just wanted to take the time. And just a heads up, so I'm not presenting results today. It's a research proposal, but I'm really interested on getting feedback. So I'll leave my email at the end if ever you have any ideas or reactions. So getting into it. So I am a PhD student at UQAM, and I'm supervised by Catherine Malbeuf-Urtebise and Catherine Herba. So I know we've went through a lot of definitions of eco-anxiety, but I just wanted to highlight a few aspects that I've taken from a few definitions out there in the literature. So for the sake of our project, we really view eco-anxiety as a spectrum of experiences with many different emotions involved. So in this idea that it is a complex experience, people can come and go along this spectrum, and it can be more or less adaptive in different situations to experience these emotions. But nonetheless, acknowledging that it's important to support people who are kind of in this red part of the spectrum, experiencing distress and dysfunction. And so looking specifically at children and young people's worry about climate change, you've probably heard about and read this paper by Hickman and Associates that did a very large scale study across the world, actually, many different countries. And they found that 60% of the responders were extremely or very worried about climate change. So this is that 27 and 32% here. And 45% of the total number of responders said that their emotions about climate change affected their daily functioning. So suggesting that we have people coming and going along that spectrum presented earlier and maybe affected experiencing distress within that. And quickly looking at the results from my master's thesis, I did interviews with 15 children between the ages of 8 and 12 and found that they had a really good general understanding of the concept of climate change. They knew about these concrete consequences, especially on animals, but across the world, so not just what was affecting them necessarily. And knowing about that made them express sadness, fear, anger about their future, about people who are polluting right now. And this confirms findings by Strife that date back to 2012, but are still very relevant today. And continuing on how children cope with these emotions, well, we see that there are 3 coping mechanisms that emerge in the literature. So problem-focused coping, which is really based in action, so either collective or individual. Emotion-focused coping that is based in reducing emotions, either through avoidance, denial, or through finding emotional support. So kids will mention talking to their parents, talking to their friends to feel supported. And finally, what's been found to be the most adaptive is meaning-focused coping. And so this is acknowledging these difficult emotions, but also the more adaptive ones that help them cope. And so reframing the situation and trusting in humanity in a kind of realistic way. And kids so mostly use this emotion-focused coping through avoidance of the subject, and also problem-focused coping, so doing individual action. But Ojala also found that individual action was more so associated with higher depression and anxiety symptoms in children and youth. And so when the situation is relatively uncontrollable, like the case for climate change, meaning-focused coping was found to be much more adaptive because it was associated with these positive emotions, optimism, and general higher life satisfaction. So building off of that, we wanted to create a mental health intervention, mostly like a program through workshops, specifically in schools. And so we chose Photo Voice, which I'll explain in a few slides. And so this is really anchored in art therapy, participative research to promote empowerment and reflection in children and youth. And so it engages participants in exploring their experience and reflecting really as a group on a given topic, and all that using photographs. So kids are viewed as experts in their own experience, and then they're invited to share about their experience as a group and to create this kind of meaning or a collective voice on a topic. And photo voice has already been used in a therapeutic settings, particularly with young people suffering from various mental health problems. And the results suggested that the creation of this visual narrative allowed for a better understanding of participants' experience, and ultimately it led to a reduction in their anxiety symptoms. And so the workshops will be based on different themes around climate change. So what is climate change? What brings you hope related to climate change? And the children will be asked to go out and take a picture in a very spontaneous way to reflect that theme. And then the next week to come and discuss this picture in class. So we use these kid specific cameras that you can see in the slide, but it can really be with any type of camera. And when we discuss this in class, we'll use the showed method. So we'll ask the kids, what do you see in this picture? And it's interesting because we're going to ask the whole group. And so we'll kind of find different perspectives looking at this same picture. And then we'll ask them, so what happened or what's happening in the picture? How does this specifically relate to our lives? Why do they think it's happening? And how can this image educate others? And what can we do about it? So really these questions are designed to empower them to think about it and think about action that they can do and that's realistic for them. And an important component as well is that there's a final exhibition that's going to be open to parents and the community so they can show these images and really discuss with other people what they found. So like I said, this will be a pilot study starting actually in March. And we really want to explore photo voice as this way to promote meaning making in children and in the context of climate change. The idea is to really create this connection through the group discussion and this shared experience, engaging as well with the community and validating children's feelings within the group. So understanding that other kids may be experiencing, but as adults, we can also tell them and validate these feelings. So we'll start by using a lot of observational measures. We're going to do focus groups with the students and interviews with the teachers. And then of course have that final exhibition. And for now, we're starting with a grade 5 elementary class. And then we'll see if we can expand to other age groups. So thank you so much. I just want to also thank the participants back from my master's project that really brought these ideas to mind and that led us here, and to the Fonds de Recherche du Québec, Société et Culture for the bursaries that allow me to live. And so thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tara. So
Thank you.
interesting. I suspect you'll really enjoy conducting this research. It can be a very, meaningful methodology, I guess, to be a part of. So thank you for sharing. Good luck. And looking forward to hearing more about how it progresses. And we do have a question from the audience. Are you hoping, what youth are hoping to see, or what results stand out to you in the learning environment and engagement domain?
What youth are hoping to see?
I think the question was, what kind of results stand out to you in your research in the learning environment and engagement domain?
I'm not too sure how to interpret this question. So in the learning environment, maybe of school, we're specifically going in schools. And this is going to be only like the second time that I'm going in schools.
I think it refers to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure who wrote this, but I think it's focused on the photo voice. So what do you think youth are hoping to see when they are engaged in that in their learning environment. I think my interpretation.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Well, I think that that's what's really interesting with Photo Voice. I don't want to kind of come in and anticipate what they're going to see. We really want this to come from them. And unfortunately, I haven't led this project yet, so I'm not too sure what's going to come out. And that's part of the research project, to see what really the children and bring to us. So hopefully I'll eventually be able to be more specific about this, maybe relation with the learning environment and the photos that come out. And so, but if you have a more specific question, maybe I can further elaborate. And
I mean, participants, just a kind reminder, are always welcome to reach out to our wonderful speakers if they would like to connect or carry on with the conversation. Perhaps one more. Do we have time? How are you going to be measuring changes, shifts in youth who participate? How are you going to be measuring changes, shifts in youth who participate?
So for now, we're going to be using focus groups to kind of get the more feasibility, acceptability of the intervention, but we're going to tap into how maybe their perception of climate change through it, but we're not looking at like specific changes like in mental health. For now, we're not going to be using scales for now. Eventually, if we find that there's good acceptability and that what comes out of the discussions is that they're feeling better equipped to discuss this phenomenon, that it brought them to maybe bring the subject back home with their parents and things like that. And then, of course, we'd go into different methodologies to assess the effects of the intervention, specifically on mental health. But yeah, for now, we're really going to go through the focus groups and interviews with the teachers.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much potential here. There's so much you could do, right? So, and there's a lot of questions that sadly, very, very sadly, we won't have time to go through at this point, but clearly there's like a lot of interest, and I think you'll enjoy connecting with the rest of the participants. You were great indeed, as to just echo what Nessa mentioned. So thank you so much for sharing your research with us.
Thank you to all the other panelists as well. Really interesting.
Thank you, Dara. Okay, we are going to move on to our next very exciting presentation, and our presenter is Alison Stapleton. She's a researcher at Smithfield Clinic and a lecturer in psychology at Maynooth University and Dublin Business School in Ireland. And in her presentation, she will outline ways to change consumers' behavior. So she will focus on how to establish credibility and deliver appropriate consequences, while also increasing target audiences' perceived self-efficacy and tapping into what consumers care about. So it's all about using contextual behavior science to pivot towards what matters. Really fascinating. Thank you so much for joining us, Alison, and very excited about your talk. I'm going to pass it over to you now.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Alison. I'm joining today from Ireland, which means for me it's quite late in the evening time, but I'm really happy to be here and share this space with you all. Today I'm going to be presenting on a co-authored publication of mine in collaboration with Professor Louise McHugh and Dr. Maria Karekla. And the title of our presentation is Valuing Climate Change Using Contextual Behavioral Science to Pivot Towards What Matters. And so when we talk about eco-friendly behaviors, we know that peer-reviewed empirical research from a range of disciplines is concurring that, firstly, climate change is happening now. Second, that the rate of climate change is rapidly increasing. And third, that human activity is one of the main contributors to climate change. And so we can conceptualize climate change as an issue that is caused by human behavior predominantly, which may also be fixed or beneficially impacted by human behavior. And yet alongside this, we can recognize that oftentimes the distant, sometimes invisible, unwanted or negative consequences of environmentally damaging behaviors can be overpowered by those apparent short-term gains or relatively immediate and certain reinforcers of comfort and convenience. Oftentimes it can seem much easier for consumers of the natural resources of the earth to engage in non-eco-friendly behaviors. And so with contextual behavioral science, what we're really trying to do is provide real-world solutions to promoting positive behavior change. How can we establish these eco-friendly behaviors in a way that is sustainable, meaning retained across long periods of time, and also meaningful for individuals from a motivational perspective? You might be wondering what contextual behavioral science can add. How might it differ from some other approaches? And the answer is that a lot of other approaches we might see primarily look at consumers' attitudes towards particular environmental issues, or indeed also consumers' beliefs. However, looking at an attitude and a belief in and of itself is not sufficient to change behavior. And so we might notice that there tend to be quite weak relationships between, what people say they do and what people actually do. And so with contextual behavioral science, rather than focusing on attitudes and beliefs, which we would define as behaviors, we instead shift our focus to overt behaviors, those observable behaviors. And so we would recognize that if we reduce the barriers to engaging in eco-friendly behaviors, we are more likely to see people engaging in those eco-friendly behaviors. And this kind of gets us over some of the limitations associated with a predominant focus on attitudes and beliefs, because there's always going to be members of the population who have, higher or lower levels of ecological concern, of eco-anxiety, or even pro-environmental attitudes. But ultimately, if we make it easy for people to be eco-friendly, if we lower that apparent response cost, we're more likely to see an increase in those ecologically friendly behaviors. And so the paper that I'm presenting on today outlines 6 key ways that we might approach eco-friendly behaviors. And I'll go through them quite briefly to hopefully keep us on time. But firstly, you'll see here, be credible. And so we know that messages trying to promote engagement in eco-friendly behaviors are more likely to be effective when they are presented by an apparent credible speaker. And so to help you have an example of this, on the right of the screen, there's an image of Dr. Nick from The Simpsons. There's a running gag in The Simpsons whereby Dr. Nick is not a safe or particularly well-trained doctor. And so if I asked you, are you likely to accept health advice from Dr. Nick? Hopefully you would tell me no, because Dr. Nick is not a credible speaker in the context of health advice. So if we can establish ourselves as credible speakers, we might actually be able to beneficially impact eco-friendly behaviors. And we could establish ourselves as credible speakers directly, so by evidencing ourselves to be knowledgeable or trustworthy, or also verbally. So we could associate ourselves with other organizations who are deemed credible in this context. For example, the Environmental Protection Agency. Related to this, we recognize that consumers' political ideologies and indeed their worldviews can often impact the extent to which they believe climate science in general. And so what can we do? How can we use this information? Well, we might try to communicate about eco-friendly behaviors from a range of different sources so that we're increasing the likelihood that the consumer is hearing our messages from a source that they deem to be credible. At the same time, we might try to undermine the credibility of interest groups that are contesting or denying the seriousness of climate change. And this could be achieved, for example, by highlighting ways that people financially benefit from denying climate science. Secondly, we want to ensure that we're delivering appropriate consequences. So we know that people are more likely to change their behavior if they believe that they will contact consequences for either changing or failing to change the behavior. So we might provide systems or structures for feedback, possibly financial incentives, praise, etc. Of course, in the context of climate science, we want to be really careful about providing financial incentives because we know that that might actually increase materialistic ideologies or indeed wasteful practices. We also want to be careful when we're using things like praise. So if people are focused predominantly on arbitrary social incentives or that kind of praise, they might not be as sensitive long-term to actual shifts in the environment, so to the changing consequences of their behavior. And so the example you can see here on the right side of the screen is if your friends jumped off a bridge, would you do it too? If you were focusing solely on the praise from your friends for jumping off that bridge, possibly, which is hugely problematic. And so we might want to use praise or even financial incentives in the early stages of establishing those eco-friendly behaviors, but ultimately we want to transition towards those more meaningful kind of intrinsic senses of motivation for persisting in these behaviors. Third, we want to make sense. So for example, if you were trying to sell or upsell on electric cars and you were working with someone who believed that electric cars were not masculine, telling them that, you know, electric cars are in fact masculine is unlikely to be effective because all you're doing is increasing the saliency of masculinity as a category for organizing cars. So rather than just trying to undermine or argue against people, we might try to broaden the types of categories people are using in the context of electric cars. So maybe decreasing the apparent saliency or importancy of masculinity as a particular category for car sales. We might also try to apply this in the context of conspiracy theories. So rather than just saying, no, that's not the case, actually engaging with it on another level and trying to explain why climate science is saying what it is versus why there does not seem to be the evidence available to support conspiracy theories. Next, we want to try to make eco-friendly behaviors habitual. So we want to increase the chances that these behaviors are being emitted. And so what we might do is make sure that it's possible for someone to emit that behavior so that it's available to them. We want it to be uncomplicated so that we're removing the barriers which may be in place. We want to make sure it's richly reinforced so that there's a reason for them to persist in doing those behaviors, while also making it harder for people to engage in wasteful consumption or non-eco-friendly behaviors. And so if we're constantly balancing this increase in how easy it is to do eco-friendly behaviors and decrease in how easy it is to do wasteful behaviors, we're more likely to see that beneficial shift across time. Next, we want to avoid inciting rebellion. Oftentimes, if you try to tell people what to do, sometimes you can get this kind of counter reaction where they'll do anything except what you're saying for them to do, this kind of rebellion sense. So when a consumer is intentionally not following a rule that they believe we intended in a message. And so some ways to combat that might be avoiding the use of freedom-threatening language. So you have to do this versus we're asking you to do this. Trying to keep messages exciting, so increasing message sensation, and also referring to others. So trying to broaden the lens from within yourself to just the individual to extend beyond to other members of the community, people in your family, other cultures, etc. And finally, then we want to make people care. So we know that messages are more likely to impact climate relevant or eco-friendly behaviors if they're connected with what people care about and what matters most at the individual level. So the more we can tailor messages to individuals' values, the more likely we are to actually enact that kind of change. And so some recent avenues for this in contextual behavioral science have been the CBS pro-social approach. So basically trying to establish a shared purpose to achieve those common aims. And so bringing them all together then, be credible, make sure that you seem knowledgeable, trustworthy, deliver appropriate consequences, so not purely relying on financial incentives or praise, make sense, so understand what people are thinking already, and then appeal to that, make eco-friendly behaviors habitual, so try to decrease the barriers, don't incite rebellion, so remember, be exciting, refer to others, and then make people care, try to tie it in with their values. Thanks, everyone.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Allison. Not only for your amazing presentation and for sharing your work with us, but also for staying up so late so that you could indeed share it with us. And we're really grateful and we really appreciate it. Indeed, personally, I've noticed a growing interest in behavioral science as kind of like a central component in navigating the psychosocial dimensions of climate change. And it's really important that we got to to share in that valuable perspective and that you share that knowledge with us. So thank you. And I will open up the floor for questions from our participants. So far, I don't see any, but I have a question while we're waiting. My understanding is that a lot of your findings and the work that you presented can be quite relevant to this concept of climate action. Is that right? Like as to how to motivate people or how to encourage people to engage in different kinds of climate action or activism or things like that?
Yeah, I think absolutely. And something that we often intend with these principles is that they're scalable. So it's not just that we can set up the environment for an individual consumer. We could also maybe set these contingencies in place for nonprofit organizations, for governmental bodies, etc. And really use them to target any kinds of behaviors that we're hoping to increase. So it could be activism, it could be climate action more broadly, or it could be individual and specific behaviors, for example, in the context of appropriate recycling or energy consumption, etc.
Interesting. And have you come across any research or have you explored research that connects that with resilience? So people who engage in these pro-environmental behaviors perhaps have like an enhanced sense of resilience in the face of climate change.
I personally haven't seen anything in a resilient context, but oftentimes when we talk about living in line with your values or behaving in ways that are consistent with what matters most to you, people who are doing that tend to report more favorable outcomes on well-being measures. So if you're doing what matters to you, you tend to report that you're happier, you're establishing and contacting more sense of meaning.
Yeah, really interesting. We have a question from Nessa. Have you considered a self-determination theory in your research?
Oh, yeah, great question. Within self-determination theory, they talk quite a lot about autonomy. And so that would be relevant to not inciting rebellion. It would also be related to the cognitive psych concept of psychological reactance, whereby we're trying not to make people feel forced into particular behaviors, rather giving them the opportunity to choose how they behave and linking eco-friendly behaviors to their values so that it's more desirable for them to behave in ways that are eco-friendly.
Wow, so fascinating. Thank you so much. I don't believe we have any more questions. And so thank you so much, Allison. And thank you everyone for your participation, your valuable insights, your involvement in this event. It's been wonderful and such a great opportunity for growth and learning. We realized that it's been a pretty intense day, really interesting, really fascinating and exciting, but these are heavy topics and they can be quite tiring. So we really appreciate you sticking around. And again, thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. We'll be back with some more exciting talks. We have a keynote speaker. We have so much more to delve into. And so we will start again at 9 a.m. until 2. And yeah, I don't know if anyone has any questions at this point, or if Gifford or Godfrey, did you want to mention anything else at this point before we wrap up? We do have reflections and wrap up kind of session at the end of the day for anyone who would like to stick around and connect, discuss, just decompress. So I just share my screen so that you have it on your radar, but no pressure at all. So yeah, sorry, Gifford, did you want to say something?
Well, I'm trying to, I don't know if I show up on other people's, oh, there I am. No, I just thought I'd add that, thanks to all the participants. Oh, I know why, it's hiding my self view. Okay, there I am, I can see myself now. But yeah, that was a great, wonderful day. Yeah, we definitely welcome anyone to share any kind of concluding thoughts in the chat or on Slido. Remember, you can access the presentations, the poster presentations at any time. We know you only got 30 minutes or so to look at those. And then tomorrow, we've got another day of exciting presentations, including our keynote speaker from Tim. And so, definitely look forward to all of you joining us tomorrow. Also, we've been streaming on YouTube. For those who weren't able to register, you can refer them over to YouTube, and we'll send around some end of day information, just reminding you of some of the highlights of the chat today and things that could be shared with the full registrants list. So I think wrapping up there, if I don't have any additional reflections, I think that we've all received so much information that I feel like we're probably a bit overloaded in terms of what our brains still have left room to absorb. So special thanks to all of our presenters.
Tired, but kind of looking forward to reflecting on, letting it settle a little bit and going back over it. So just building on what Gifford said, the Slido will be available even if we end this webinar session until tomorrow. If anyone wants to have discussions or connect, there is a general discussion room on Slido, so you can join that and and make the most of it. So thank you and see you soon.